Villains, gangsters, or faces as they prefer to be called, are the men that have been making newspaper headlines for all the wrong reasons over the past 50 years. Some are instantly recognisable, but many are not.
And if I stick a gun in your face, you're going to open up the door. I've got no worry about it. Even if the glass is bulletproof, and you know it's bulletproof, you're still going to open up that, because you're not going to trust your life against a bit of glass.
Men like Eddie Richardson, Paul Ferris, Frankie Fraser and Walter Norval, who have inspired fear and respect in equal measure for decades.
People did fear me, yeah, because I was dangerous.
In this new series, some of Britain's most infamous and influential characters have agreed to go on camera and tell it how it was and is.
All of a sudden I went, you move, I'll blow your fucking head off. Obviously, like, I didn't know, they put a big gun in my head like that. I went, ah!
So I took a dive when the shot went off, obviously, to get behind my motor. And after I got behind my motor, I waited 2 seconds and I took a dive for the front door. And I slammed the front door behind us and got behind the brickwork. And that's when bullets started coming through the front door.
I've had aggravated burglary, torture, people being kidnapped and broken legs, broken arms, blackmail, racketeering, extortion. I've been done for everything you can think of.
I'm not an electrician or a plumber or a dentist or anything like that. I'm a crook. And I get back into serious crime and it paid dividends for the next 5 years.
My name is Bernard O'Mahony. I was a friend of the Cray twins and a member of the infamous Essex Boys firm. I know this world, I know the faces, and I'm going to give you a no-holds-barred history of the British criminal underworld. Think of Bonnie, Scotland, and the mind conjures up images of bagpipes, kilts, and breathtaking scenery, but the reality is grim. Violence meted out on the streets of Glasgow has resulted in the city having the highest murder rate in Western Europe. But it wasn't always so. Back in the 1940s, 50s and 60s, villains like Glasgow's first godfather, Walter Norval, attempted to go about their unsavoury business whilst adhering to a now redundant code.
So how did you sort of descend into crime? I was in the early age when I was young, as I say. My mum was never about, and I got into a wee crowd of pals, and we started off, as I say, just breaking windows and that, and stealing out the windows and that, you know. But when the war came, it was a canter because it was a blackout then. But this time the police knew who we were. You know, they used to chase us away for the corners and that. But they actually knew who was behind it all, you know. It was our wee mob that run about together. And while the blackout was on, you could break a window, you know, and people were never bothered when they heard the noise like that. They were stealing tea and sugar. It was all rationed. And we used to sell it to the bookmakers because they used to buy anything off you. Everything was rationed. So we got tea and sugar and things like that. That was the main things. If we were lucky, if we could get eggs, you only get 1 egg a month on the rations. So if we get a wee case of eggs and that, well, the bookie gave you a fortune for it.
After several short terms of imprisonment, Walter's career accelerated from committing petty crime to being involved in more serious matters.
This time I'd done a couple of sentences, you know, wee ones. And I met people for Govan and that, boys that knew people and that, you know. And we decided that we'll start trying something like this. So we found out, we used to, let's say, go and watch places. And then we'd hit them. We started off maybe, there was a watchman run this place, used to sit in this place, and the wages used to get delivered to him. So we decided to watch when the wages get delivered, and we sat in a car up the road and we watched it. And we saw the wages get in. There was only the man in the place with a big tray of wages. So we hit that first and we got them. And it was so easy. I said, oh, this is better than in. So we just started then planning wee robberies and hitting banks and different things. It went from one to another, you know, and the wee gang got together. But they were all from different districts. I used to, you know, one of the gang would say, so-and-so's a game boy and he's looking for a bit of pie. And so they'd bring him up. But this time I got a flat in the Willowbank Crescent, a 3-room and kitchen. And we used to meet there. And we'd be sitting there, we used to discuss what we were going to do next. So one of the boys would maybe, I'd let him take my place, Walter, you know, and I'd let him get a bit of pay out of it. And, you know, everybody was getting a wee wage.
The more successful Walter became, the more resentment he attracted from his fellow villains.
I was in the house one day, me and the wife, and had a good drink, mate. It was a Friday night. And the door went, and it was Wally White. And see Tony Queen, the bookmaker, his wife was staying with Tony White, Big Wally White. Big Wally White was a British welterweight champion. You maybe heard of him. And he came for audition, so he came up to see me. And Queen's wife was with him. And this guy was with him. Big guy built like yourself. Gibson. And he landed near road, and 2 weeks before I was watching him, he was fighting 3 guys outside the pub at Marlin, and he was batting 3 of them. And I made a saying to the wife, oh God, look at him, I said, he's a big tearaway. And I was well known on the road. I'm saying to myself, I hope I don't have to tackle him. But sure as Christ, that night, through the drink, I fell asleep. And my wife woke me up. She says, Walter, going to put him out. And I looked, and Big White had left with his wife, with Queen's wife. And this big is standing at the door, and I looked through, and I had a good drink, mate. That he come round, and I says, come on, you need to get away. And he says, put me out. I says, come on, don't act it. I says, come on, out you go. He says, well, I heard you could fight. He says, I always wanted to try you out. And I looked at him, and I still wasn't sober. I says, okay, let's do it. I said, but down the back. So we went down the stair, and the way down the stair, I made a bloomer. I walked in front of him. And when we got down to the 3rd flat, he kind of jumped me for the back, and I went down and I hit this woman's doorstep with my forehead, but I turned to her quick, and he was trying to jump on me. And we started to fight. But I had a blade in my back pocket. I just slipped out before I went down the stair. And we rolled about for a while, you know, and then I got and tapped him. And I started, and he had his horns over his eyes. But this time my wife had started screaming, and a pally man had run out, stayed up there, just dived out. He was pulling me off him, but I was trying to take his eyes out, you know, and stab him in the face.
It wasn't long before he met up with Gibson again. Both men knew they had unfinished business.
I was playing dominoes in the pub, and Big Wally West for Postal came in. He was a big hard man for Postal. He says, Walter, watch yourself. He says, Gibson's up there with 3-handed. He says, they're looking for you. He says, they've got knives that length. I went, oh. So I was playing dominoes with 2 pals of mine. Donkey White and John Harris. They're dead, the 2 of them. But I was playing dominoes. So I finished the game, and I got up, and I walked out, and Donkey came out the back of me and says, where are you going? I said, I'm going to see him. He said, wait, we'll go. I said, no, you just keep at it. I said, so we walked up anyway, and then John came up. I know John Harris. And I looked at the door, and there was the big one standing with his pals. I didn't give him time. I just walked in quick. I said, you're looking for me, turning and stuck it right in his neck. Before he had a chance, I stuck it 3 times in his chest. And this time he's trying to get away, and he's still going away into a corner. So I just went after him, and he turned his back and got down. I'd done his 2 kidneys, stuck it in the back of his head. This time I heard the woman screaming. I blew up. I was only in the back of the bar. And I just got up and I walked away, and I went out to his pals. I said, what about you? They all walked away and all. So we just went and jumped a taxi. We went to my mother's, and I gave John, I said, get rid of that knife. Next thing I heard that the murder squad was out looking for me. He was supposed to have died in the ambulance. But he died there, but they brought him round again.
Walter's criminal career came to an abrupt halt when he and his gang were arrested following a tip-off from a police informant. People loyal to Walter tried to derail the prosecution case against him by blowing up the courthouse where his trial was being held.
What was the purpose of blowing
Well,
the court up?
the people I met that knew something about it, I knew nothing about it. But the people that I know that did know about it, I think it was the people that actually done it. They explained to me that all the evidence was kept the day before underneath in the High Court. And they used to say it stood in places underneath the High Court. But there was 2 High Courts, and there was one on each side, the south and the north. So as far as I heard it, the guys that was interested in doing it was going to hit the 2 of them. And that's what they done. They hit the 2 courts, but the fire brigade got there. Actually, I heard that there were a Doug Barton. It drew the attention of people to the fires burning inside the court, and that's what saved the evidence for getting all done in. Because the flare would have went through. It seems it was they firebombed it with petrol and all that, you know, and these petrol bombed and the whole place was on fire. They tried us in a burnt court. The finish up.
Before the evidence had been destroyed, there'd been no case against you?
It was a walkout. Everybody was walking out. Even we friends that I know that was in for the same thing, we Manson and him, their stuff would all went and all.
Another major player in Glasgow after the war was Arthur Thompson. By the 1950s, Thompson and his brothers had embarked upon a life of crime working as bouncers, debt collectors and extortionists. If Walter Norval was the unofficial godfather of Glasgow, Arthur was undoubtedly the undisputed king of pain. He's said to have crucified those that refused to repay their debts by nailing their hands and feet to floors and doors.
Earlier in life, Arthur was getting a wee bit of pay off bookmakers and that, and a certain family was nipping in and trying to be abusive to the bookie. And the bookie told Arthur. So Arthur saw them in a van that's taken along the road, and he flew after them in the car, and he ran them off the road. And in the course of it, one of the chaps got killed. They ran into a post, and one of the chaps got killed. So the way it worked out, there was a bit of retaliation. Arthur used to have a habit and go out in the car, but he didn't drive the car. It was another wee guy who used to drive him. And this day, the wee guy didn't turn up. I don't want to mention names, you know, the wee guy's alive. And Arthur had to drive the car, and his mother-in-law decided she wanted a run. Don't need to tell you, switched on the engine, there was a bomb under the passenger seat. The woman was killed. Arthur broke his 2 legs and I got bad injuries in his legs. The woman, innocent woman, and she was killed, but it was meant for Arthur.
Unlike Walter, Arthur was happy to deal in drugs, and he'd forged links with gangs in Liverpool, London and Manchester. The vast amounts of money he made inevitably attracted interest from rival gangs, and warfare soon broke out on the streets. Arthur employed gangsters from London to murder his enemies in Glasgow, and Arthur's men would then travel to the capital to return the favour.
Well, I liked him very much. And the Italian Albert, he introduced me to him. And I got very friendly with him. And I'd go up to Glasgow to see him, and he'd come down to London to see me and visit me in prison and all and everything. I liked him very much. Sometimes we would ask them to do us a favour up there, and sometimes they would ask us to do a favour for them down here, giving someone, you know, a right belting and that.
When I was a boy years ago, you into a pub, and it was, whether it's trouble or a skirmish or whatever, all you heard was that's Arthur's pub, that stopped all the trouble. If somebody said Arthur's owns that, and he'd cause trouble way back then. I mean, it could be quite nasty.
Joe Steele's father was also a well-known face in Glasgow, who had ties to gangs in London.
He was friends with the Crays. He used to get cards every year at Christmas. And he went down to visit him, I think it was 1969, to visit the Cray twins. We were on remand, and he was arrested by the police, and they said he had a gun in his pocket. So he got 3 years for that. But the gun was put in his pocket. My dad didn't go to visit with a gun, so he got 3 years for that.
Why would the plant have gun on him?
Because, as I say, he was a safe blower. He had friends, he had a reputation, and he was loyal. He would help his friends in trouble. So, just my dad's friends and people saying, I think they thought he was doing that to intimidate people, which was accused in Glasgow.
That was at the time the Crazy on trial for murder?
Yes.
And he'd gone to intimidate the witnesses?
Well, that's what the police alleged. He was going to intimidate witnesses, but he was only there for a visit.
And was that something what went on, Glasgow villains going to London, London villains coming to Glasgow? What,
Well,
could you describe that?
My dad had a friend, he was a tourist in Glasgow, still is, and he was accused of a couple of murders and was cleared. And my dad was accused of intimidating witnesses in their cases that he was cleared in. And so, my dad was that well known everywhere about it, post now, and he was high profile, even way back then. But as I say, he was loyal to his friends.
Paul Ferris is one of Britain's most notorious faces. Known as the wee man because of his size, he's an unlikely hard man. Ferris was employed by Arthur Thompson to carry out attacks on rivals with military precision and merciless ferocity. The mere mention of his name struck terror into the hearts of Arthur's enemies.
The reputation came about probably media-led. They like to put a tag on people that sells newspapers and different things like that. But from an early point of view, I'm not saying the newspapers are responsible for my actions. I'm responsible for my actions. And I knew that at a very early age that I was going to do something back to these bullies. And there was a situation that I've heard recently for a well-renowned boxer, Alex Arthur. He was doing an interview and he used a phrase called punch resistant. He became punch resistant after so many years in the ring. And I thought, I'm going to try and use that as an analogy to put forward that you become fear resistant. You know, the whole point of it is the fear that you've experienced and the violence you've experienced as an early kid, a young kid. You're resistant to that fear and that level of violence, even meeting the violence out.
Well, I met Paul through my younger brother, and he knew that I was into jewellery robberies and things like that, and he asked to come on board. And I ended up, I've took him to do a few, you know what I mean?
How did they work? What did you do?
Well, we used to go in, one of us would go in and would be dressed up and all that. We'd think me a pair of glasses and suit and all that, and I would get in and ask to see a tray of rings, something like that. And I'd just run out the door with it, and Paul would be around the corner on the car, then he'd go and do the next one. And so that's how we started off, you know what I mean?
And what about the violence? Was it?
Well, we started getting into the city centre and things like that, and getting drunk, and we ended up in a lot of trouble with people. And we ended up carving out a reputation for serious violence. We were slashing people with Stanley blades in it. And we were actually called the Stanley Gang. But there was a lot of people trying to attack us, so we were just getting in there first. And we came to the notice of Arthur Thompson. And one night, he'd asked to bring me, for me and Paul, to go to the prom Mill Inn. And Paul went and I never turned up, and that was the night he was recruited with the Thompson for it.
I was introduced to Tam Began, who was already working with the Thompsons, collected cash all over the city. And I was introduced as what you would call another bagman, another collector. We never asked any questions about how much was in it, who paid the debt, what was the debt for. It was just things you don't ask. You know, all it was you go and see Mr. A and collect X amount, and then you take it back. There was certain times where people had never had the money on the given time. And other people have got a misconception is because they've not got the money, we use the strong arm tactics and go and beat them up and all the rest of it, or threaten them. And that never happened when we were doing it. But they had to give us something. Either a time or date, take it back to tell Thompson that Mr. A never had the money at that time, but we'll go back and revisit him on such and such a date because that's the date he gave us. And that would probably be the last date. And people genuinely had the money on the dates that they said that they were getting. And during the process of this, they had lost something in the region of £50,000 through a transaction that they were doing. And they were given a hold-all that had been superglued. And once the hold-all had been cut open at the side, I don't know the significance in it, I still don't know the significance in it. There was 2 building bricks and a bottle of iron brew, which is a kind of well-known Glasgow and Scottish drink that was gaffer taped together to give the impression of weight. You know, somebody's handing a hold-all over, they've got a bit of weight, nothing moves. I still can't understand how somebody would part with £50,000 for without checking what was in a particular bag. They saw that as a big insult, and this happened roughly around about the time I just joined. So on the process to try and get this debt back, there was a few casualties that were given a message, and the message was that you've took a right fucking liberty, be given this bag over and more or less robbed them. On one occasion, I'd been given false information about a guy called Raymond Bonner, who was alleged to be involved in it, and they heard that I was coming to see him with regards to the £50,000. And he was armed. I was alleged to have been furnished with this information, and as it turns out in the later years, that the guy had nothing to do with it. You know, it was one of the Thompsons that were telling me, matter of fact, it was one of the female members of the Thompson family who told me about it, and which resulted in Raymond Bonner being repeatedly stabbed and his dog in the back seat of a vehicle, which caused quite a lot of heat in Glasgow at that time, and I was given the opportunity to kind of move away and go to the Isle of Bute, Rossi, where Thompson had a family holiday home.
Within minutes of Ferris arriving on the island, the police had stormed the house and arrested him.
I don't even think we got a meal in the house. I remember getting a cup of tea, I remember watching the TV. I remember vividly the sound of wood splintering and the doors coming in. And this flat had 2 outer storm doors, which came in, and the inner door came in, and there was shouts of armed police identifying themselves who they were. And at that time, all I had on was a pair of joggy bottoms and a t-shirt. I was very conscious of the fact that I wanted to go out into the hallway with my hands kind of outstretched to indicate, look, I've got nothing on me. Just in the event that somebody's got an itchy trigger finger and just wants to shoot first and ask questions later. And at that stage, as soon as I appeared, it happened so quickly, but very professionally. You know, you're bundled to the ground, you're handcuffed, and my left-hand side of the face was on the floor, so I could readily see who was above me. And there was one in particular who was about 6'6", very well built, snow white hair, had a gun jammed in the back of my neck, and said, "You know what this is, you little bastard, you're going to get it." And at that time, Anne-Marie had just accidentally appeared in the hallway, and he put up a screen, "Get a WPC in here," obviously unaware there was a female in the house, which resulted in loads of chaos. I got lifted up, put into the bedroom, searched, all the rest of it. None of it, apart from a couple of £100 that I had for survival money. But a strange thing happened. They turned round after searching the place, they never found nothing, and then produced a green bank bag.
Despite Ferris's claims that there was nothing in the house, the police produced a bag which they said contained drugs. He was arrested charged and remanded in custody to await trial. Ferris firmly believed that the Thompson family were responsible for framing him.
Only two people knew where I was going. It was Arthur Thompson Sr. and Arthur Thompson Jr. And I firmly believe it was Arthur Thompson Jr. that set me up.
Ferris confronted Arthur Thompson Jr. about being set up when they met in Barlinnie prison. Stammering and shaking, Arthur Jr. denied all knowledge of any such conspiracy. However, in an effort to save face, when the pair had parted company, Arthur Jr. began telling everyone that he was compiling a hit list, and Paul Ferris's name was at the top.
Arthur Thompson Jr. signed his own death warrant when he was in prison. He'd be talking about who he's going to kill. And when he got out, issuing the threats again that resulted in his death. So if anybody's to blame for his sudden demise, then it's self-explanatory on you can't be threatening people because sometimes people take you serious.
Within hours of Thompson being released from prison, he was back drinking in the Proven Mill Inn, where he began reading out his hit list to anyone that cared to listen.
And if Arthur thought he was going to get into his own quarters, sit there and talk about killing people and this and that, and it wasn't going to get back to the people. The first person to get back to was Paul Ferris. He's one of the first ones on the list. So you can't go about bragging, you're going to do this and do that. These guys have got a lot of people, a lot of friends. They came back from within a matter of hours. Fat Boy was funded, he couldn't even get back to prison. He was funded them in, it was less than a day, the hit list been read out. Some of the friends of life, and he was capable of it. The persons that dealt with Fat Boy, he was capable of it. They knew that, he knew it, they knew it. He went to do his cell, not the balls to his cell, but he'd have paid, and that was what he was doing.
And not a good idea to sit in a crowded pub and read out a list, which top of the list, Paul Ferris saying, I'm going to kill Paul Ferris. Not a good idea.
Any other time I think Paul Ferris would have laughed that half. But as I say, you don't laugh half some laughing at it, but Paul knows in his heart, Arthur wasn't capable of breaking a twig. But when he was evil enough, poison enough, and bad enough to pay people, even to get somebody beat up for fun, that young Arthur would do that, Fat Boy would do that, just get people beat up for fun. No, he was dangerous with his mouth, dangerous with his money. And in my opinion, rightly so, he threatened a few lives. Maybe home leaving, maybe when is the right time to kill somebody or whatever, but that's it. The only thing is, home leave, he was out and first leaving prison, but as I say, he knew what he was doing, knew what he was talking about, knew who he was threatening, and he paid the price.
Later that night, when Thompson left the Proven Mill, a man approached him, pulled out a gun and shot him in the face. The force of the bullet spun him around and he fell to the ground. As he crawled on his hands and knees towards his home, a second bullet smashed into his ribcage, puncturing a lung. The third bullet struck him in the anus, a Glasgow custom designed to humiliate the victim. It didn't take the police long to arrest Paul Ferris and his friend Bobby Glover for the murder, but both men appeared to have concrete alibis. Undeterred by the lack of evidence, the police charged Ferris and Glover with an unrelated offence. When the pair appeared in court, Glover was surprisingly granted bail and Ferris was remanded in custody to await trial. Arthur Thompson Sr. was adamant that he would get bloody revenge for his son's murder, and with Ferris safely behind bars, Arthur's only option was to vent his anger on two of Ferris's closest friends.
Arthur wanted something done, and I know the people that done it, and the people that done it were good friends of mine, because I knew how much it was for and everything. There was a £30,000 he put in their heads.
Bobby Glover and Joe Hanlon.
Aye, and that other boy still alive.
Paul Ferris.
That was the three that was to be done. And what did happen there was a certain party was at a concert, they were having a concert in Barlinnie, and he was dressed as a woman. And he escaped out of Barlinnie amongst the people. And Bobby Glover name took that block in and looked after him. And that block betrayed them. Because it was his uncle that shot him. And he spoke to his uncle. His uncle spoke to him and offered them a bit of pie to bring them up and say it was a drug deal. And he talked the two into coming, and this boy took them out the road and shot the two of them. And I'll tell you a funny thing about that. That bloke palled out with me for quite a while. He's dead now. And he told me about that day. He says, Walter, he says, we got, the two of them was the motor. He says, and this was his nephew that set them up. He says, and when I shot the two of them, he says, I stepped to the motor, he said, and I shot them. He said, when I shot the first one, he said, I went, oh, wait a minute, he said, and I shot him. He says, and a bullet flew by my head. He said, I turned round, he says, and my nephew went, oh, sorry, I didn't mean it. It was a mistake. He said, I think he was going to do me. I said, I was talking to him that day, I says, Billy, you're not sure. He said, so by this time, the nephew's back in the nick. He said, I'm going to do him when he comes out.
I know enough about what happened, but I don't know everything. Other people who have been fortunate enough to talk to other people, bearing in mind it's still a live murder inquiry as well. We've got a fair idea about what had happened and what had took place, and my understanding is that there are still members of Joe Hanlon's family who are Irish based, are seeking clarification on the whereabouts of two individuals that they believe strongly enough that were responsible. One's William Lobin, for making the phone call, and another one will be remained unnamed. But it was done in such a way that it was as though Thompson organised it. I don't believe Thompson organised anything of that nature. He might be aware of the significance of it, but I think it was a joint venture between him and McGraw.
Tam McGraw was a prolific armed robber whose gang targeted post offices throughout Scotland. He also ran a fleet of ice cream vans, which were used to distribute drugs around Glasgow's many housing estates.
Can you describe McGraw just briefly, what he was all about?
To sum it up in one word, two words, fucking snake. And the reason why I say that is because a lot of people told me what he was all about. Now, there's a difference in people telling you for what he's all about, and people tell other people to watch what other people are all about for a simple reason. Because if you don't tell them and something happens, what's the point of saying later on down the line, well, we could have told you. The first guy that told me anything about McGraw was Tam Bagan, because I had to move from Provan Mill to Ballarnock, unwittingly thinking that I'm going to escape the D division where I had been fitted up with the others carry on, and had audio tapes of cops talking about fitting me up and killing me and all the rest of it. And I thought the naivety of moving away from there into another area would have prevented this, but it still started. And he warned me when I moved into the area. He says, one guy you've got to watch out for is McGraw. Watch what you're fucking doing, Will. And later on, me and Tam had a kind of a disagreement, for want of a better thing. And Joe Hanlon had some money belonging to me that I asked him to look after. And it turns out Joe had asked Tam McGraw to put it in his safe. And when I asked Joe for the money and he told me where it was, I thought, that's the last guy I want to know that I've got money lying about. And we went round and collected it out his safe. And obviously he heard about the disagreement and openly said to me, if you've got that much of a problem with Tam Bagan, don't worry about it. We'll get people that will just take him out. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, we've got Bradley and Henderson that would stick smack in his car and get him fitted up. Openly, as much as you would say, would you like a light, or do you want more sugar in your tea? Total deadpan expression. Obviously, what I heard about him was factually true. And that's at the time I said to Joe Hanlon, you obviously heard what he just fucking said there, Joe. I would advise you to fuck off. And I spoke direct to McGraw, and I said to him, as far as how you resolve your problems, I don't resolve any problems like that. And what I've heard about you, you've just clarified everything.
The lucrative drugs business being run out of McGraw's ice cream vans led to other villains trying to take over from him. Shotguns were used to blow out the windscreens of several vehicles. Vans on both sides of the divide were burnt out and numerous individuals were attacked. This spate of incidents later became known as the Ice Cream Wars. Matters came to a head early one morning when the home of one ice cream vendor was doused in petrol and set alight. 6 members of the Doyle family died in the blaze. One was an 18-month-old baby. Joe Steele was one of several men who were arrested, charged with murder and remanded in custody.
I was lying in my bed on the 16th April, my mother, my grandmother and my uncle. My grandmother was blind, my ma had bad hearing, and my uncle had previous convictions for safe blowing, armed robbery. So I never had much of an alibi, but it was the truth. I was in my bed with the flu. And my grandmother used to listen to a wee radio with VHF, she'd listen to police and that. And I remember her saying to me, where's Bank? I said to her, where's Bank End Street? And my ma said, Cranhall, Rickazy somehow. And I tell her about the fire. My old granny, who was into her prayers and holy, she said, God bless and save us, because it said there were a fire on Bank End Street and occupants were trapped. So then the next morning, it was on the news, 1 or 2 people died. And after that, I think we were dying every couple of days. It was sad, it was a horrible thing, but it's for ice cream vans or anything. It shouldn't have happened. Shouldn't have happened.
Can you explain why the Doyles were targeted?
Yeah, I've been asked that question a million times, not really, but they certainly didn't deserve what happened, that's for sure. And why they were targeted today with ice cream vans, they were a quiet family, a decent family, they weren't the villains. Like everybody more or less involved in the ice cream carrying. Certainly didn't deserve that. They were just an ordinary family, went about their business and done their wee job. The sad thing is, the boy that died was going to chuck that, running, was working his brother in a butcher's the next day. And that happened, right to his family. Sad, but...
So the Doyles, they had an ice cream van?
Well, he worked in it, I don't think he owned it, I think he worked in it for Jimmy Mitchell. But I don't think he owned it. He was just getting a wage boy. To be accused of killing a family, a kid, and it's just sick need. And if I'd have done that, I'd have taught myself. I'd have done that family. And just to be accused of it, and the stigma, the press, the papers, ice cream monsters, child killers, I've got kids. I'm going to let anybody do that in my family.
Can you remember the names of the people who you allegedly, the police said you killed, and roughly what their ages were?
Everything. I won't ever done it. I'm 50, that kid, see, my boy was only 18 months or so at the time, that kid would be 30, married, college, whatever. Never got a chance to do that. I certainly, Mark Allen, the kid's name is, I'll not forget it, never.
The murder of the Doyle family shocked the nation. Steele not only believed that Tam McGraw was responsible for the crime, but he also believes McGraw implicated him in the murders so that the PF, the prosecutor fiscal, would reward him with his freedom.
I remember we were in C Block in Ballina, and we were all hanging there at the galleries waiting on visits and things like that. Obviously, you hear the phone ring in the office, could be a visit. Anyway, phone rings, Tam McGraw was shouted off for us for a visit. He stood at the office, he came back up, and he says, I'm getting a PF release. And we all looked at each other, and we said, how do you mean you're getting a PF release? Because he was meant to be the main man, and how are we getting a PF release? I think it was Tommy Campbell who said it to him. As in, how are you getting it? We're all innocent, kind of. And McGraw turned around and rung it, and he said, we're all getting a PF release. He went out the door there and then, and I hadn't seen him since. He was the only one to get a PF release.
And why do you think he's the one who was released?
I think he was feeding them lies. I think he was telling the police lies to put other people away. I believe Tam McGraw was involved to some extent, where it was odd and that or whatever. I don't believe that's a lot of match, but I believe he was behind it,
Like Joe Steele, Paul Ferris was also protesting his innocence from within Barlinnie jail. He was claiming that he'd been set up by a police informer over the death of Arthur Thompson Jr.
In the segregation unit was a guy called Dennis Sidney Wilkinson, also known as Dennis Woodman, and a whole variety of different other names, who had been toured through the English penal system as a supergrass. He was never a supergrass, he was a serial perjurer because he made up confessions with other people, but at that time I never knew who he was. And because I got bail, he approached the Chief Constable of Ayrshire, I think it was. I don't think it was Glasgow at the time. I think he approached the hierarchy, the police hierarchy in Ayrshire in relation to the charge that was on remand for. And then elevated his information about, I confessed to the murder of Thompson Jr., I confessed to the attempted murder of Thompson Sr., was going to blow the house up. I offered to set him up in drug deals and a whole fucking catalogue of things that it's very difficult even to imagine taking place in a segregation unit when your window opens about 3 inches and at any given time he was 7 cells away. So that was what the Crown used and revoked my bail, took me back, and they called it the longest murder trial in Scottish legal history, when in fact it was the longest farce in Scottish legal history because that was their evidence.
Following Ferris's release, the Glasgow underworld was poised for an all-out war between those loyal to Arthur Thompson and those loyal to Ferris. Acknowledging Arthur's unpredictable, violent reputation, Ferris was warned to leave the city by his friends.
There was loads of people that were advising me, like, you better leave Glasgow, you better do this, you better do that. And I thought at the time, I can't afford to do that, purely because Joe Hanlon's widow, Bobby Glover's widow, all the people that stood by me through the trial, I wasn't going to abandon them. It wasn't a matter of stubborn pride or anything at all. I had to find out things about what happened to my 2 friends and what was prepared to get done about it. I had no time for thinking about going away, but I knew there was a time scale in which I had to go away to recoup and probably rest the head of it a bit. And I eventually did do that. I went to Manchester in end of 1993. So I stayed for about a year in Glasgow, a year and a bit. Went to Manchester on the basis of spending a weekend with Rob Carruthers and was introduced to freebase cocaine and just lost 2 years in my life staying in Manchester.
Ferris was not the first Scottish villain to have settled in Manchester. Glaswegians were once blamed for a 50% rise in violent crime in the city. Manchester, or Gunchester as it has become known, has produced plenty of its own villains and continues to do so. In recent years, soaring gun crime figures, grenade attacks and murder of police officers have resulted in a phrase being coined. Hell, they say, is a city called Manchester. Manchester has always been synonymous with organised crime. There's always been a strong gang culture, and in recent years the city has seen a surge in drug-related violence. One of the city's most infamous firms was the Quality Street Gang. In the 60s, 70s and early 80s, they ran the city's crime scene. One of its key members was local legend Jimmy the Weed Donnelly. Over the years he's been a boxing promoter, a publican and a hotelier. Jimmy was immortalised when Thin Lizzy wrote a song about him, Johnny the Fox Meets Jimmy the Weed.
I was working in Smithfield Market and I was working for a firm, Woods, And a guy working on the stall there one day said, "Fucking hell, he grows on you, this fella, he's like a weed." I was only 16 years of age at the time, and that was it. That's carried right throughout my life.
Jimmy and members of the QSG used to drink at the Wally Range Hotel, whose landlady was Phyllis Lynott.
She had a young son there that was always playing the guitar and in small groups and things like that. And we got to know him, and then over the years he became famous, and then he formed the band Thin Lizzy. So of course, as time went on, and one particular time, we're all in Italy, and we've come back, we've gone into the bar for a drink, and Phyllis says, "Oh, the boys are back in town, hang on for them." And with that, it clicked, and he wrote the song, "The Boys Are Back in Town."
The QSG wasn't an organised firm like the Krays or the Richardsons in London. It was more of a loose collection of local criminals who came together for specific jobs when it suited them. Their reputation spanned the entire country.
Oh, well, we was massive. We were all over the city. You know, nightclub owners, pub owners, restaurant owners, they'd look up to us, and they went out of the way. If we walked in, it was like royalty. If we went into any of the bars, we just walk in and the drinks was free. We didn't want it, we paid our way. But, sometimes it happened and whatever. But we knew that if some fucking idiots walked in and caused problems or anything like that, they only had to pick the phone up. They'd know whereabouts we was, what club we was in, and we'd whip round there and we'd soon sort it out for them. And not only that, I suppose, lots of places we didn't go in. They just had to say, "Hey, you know who owns this, or I've got a share in here, the QSG," and they'd fuck off, and that was the end of it.
Without doubt, the QSG were both feared and respected, and Jimmy himself had a violent reputation.
Back in them days, well, I think I've always been a violent person. All my life. And it's hard to explain that one, but I've used everything from a knife to a gun, and it's just a case that it had to be at the time. Nobody gets over it, do it all again. But I was never a big fella, and some of these people I came up against was like 6 foot odds, and in a stand up I knew I'd have no chance. So to level it out, the hammer or the axe or the knife came in. And yes, I've been violent all my life, always have been. People knew that if they did anything that would upset us, that that something would happen. There'd be a return. And whatever it was, whatever it deserved, it was meted out. So no, I don't think that people feared us, but they knew that they would get hurt if they crossed us in any way, or, as we put it, fucked us, and that was it. So they knew, and if it was like Jimmy Swords, they knew if they offended any of the firm that something would happen back.
The QSG were involved in organising protection rackets, fraud and armed robberies throughout the country.
Are there any specific crimes you can talk about that the QSG committed?
There's plenty, but I wouldn't mention anything, of what was done. But I do know that in them days there was a lot of robberies that was done.
Well, the police were getting increasingly frustrated, weren't they, by the lack of convictions?
Well, that was right. That was right. Well, in all fairness, Joe Swords and Vinnie Scarvo did get charged with and they got the Ilkeston bank robbery. They went to Shrewsbury Crown Court and was found not guilty.
The police had long believed that Jimmy Donnelly and his brother Arthur were working with the IRA and may have even been connected to the huge bomb that ripped through Manchester in 1996. Many of the QSG were said to have Irish connections.
You know, looking at it on paper, and you was a policeman, investigator, and you'd see our connections. Well, you know, you would think, hey, these guys are at it over here and what have you, because there was people going over to Ireland and coming backwards and forwards. There was lots of things that was done. There was a few robberies, banks in Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland. So, you know, I could see where it was coming from. A few of the Irish boys did come over and did go on a couple of nights out with certain members of the QSG. So there is a connection, but there's certainly none for doing anything over there.
In 1986, Deputy Chief Constable of Greater Manchester Police John Stalker was running the shoot to kill investigation in Northern Ireland. However, he was suspended from his job over alleged connections and friendships with the QSG and a local businessman named Kevin Taylor.
As far as I'm concerned, Stalker never ever gave any information to us, and we never gave any information to him. And it's a liberty what happened to him.
Can you explain who Kevin Taylor is? Because you just said I was a
Kevin Taylor was a local guy that had a car business as well. A bit of a, well, he wasn't a bit of, he was a big gambler, big-time gambler. And that's how he made his living. Then he went in the car business, and he became big in the Conservative Party. He became the treasurer of the local branch, and he started doing a lot of building work in the Salford area, Broughton and round there. He built a lot of properties there, but still stayed pals with the firm. And on occasions, we'd lend him money. I lent him money personally, which he paid me back. And then of course, Stalker was his pal. He told us that. He never asked for anything out of us, Kevin Taylor, and we never asked Kevin Taylor if he could get Stalker to do any favours. Kevin was a stand-up guy. But anyway, they ruined him, the police, when they went into his banks and told him that he was a gangster and a fraudster, and that was it, and his business collapsed. And then he got awarded 2 or 3 million quid when he won his case against the police. Unfortunately, he didn't live to enjoy it. You know, he died a couple of years after that.
Jimmy is now a pensioner, living quietly in a residential community in the heart of Manchester. His days of living a lavish lifestyle behind him.
Well, the thing is, like everything else in age, the QSG, we all had different interests. Everybody in the firm was wealthy. We didn't need the aggravation really anymore. Most people, including Jimmy Swords, moved out of the city to bought the big houses, including myself, and we moved out, and of course we used to meet and still meet 2 or 3 nights a week and go out for meals together and 20-handed, and to this day, you know, part of them still do.
And no regrets?
No regrets whatsoever.
Jimmy's brother Arthur is one of the most infamous faces in Manchester. Once dubbed the Freddie Foreman of the North West, he works out of a scrapyard in the city centre. Over the years he's been connected to a wide range of criminal activity, including counterfeiting, drugs, fencing stolen goods and protection rackets. Many people believe that he was the real godfather of Manchester, pulling the strings behind his more flamboyant brother.
All them lads there in the QSG was all nice people, still are, who's what's alive. They're all nice people, and they kept this town under control, not with threats of violence or threats of this, threats of that, because he was nice people, seen about, they all worked locally, well respected, you know. Some was working all the main nightclubs in Manchester, done all electric work and all that. It was like a community then, Manchester. And them lads made sure everything was run straight.
No trouble in Moss Side, was there?
No, none of that.
None of it. All the old Jamaican boys used to come in the clubs and what have you. No trouble, Chinatown or any. There was no trouble. All the way round.
There was a kid down there in Moss Side called Don Sony, and like I say, he's more down Jimmy's area, but Don Sony, he supplied all the beer for the Sabines and everything.
He run Moss Side.
He run Moss Side, and he's white.
He was with us, Don Tony.
And he had a kid called what's it not?
Cockney, Billy.
No, not Billy. Anyway, but even then, you know, it was a two-way thing.
So what
There's
changed
no Gucci's and fucking all them.
What changed it then?
What changed it?
Well, I think
the
let me
fucking
say
police.
that. It was a fear, but not a fear like, you're trying to say like one person. It was a fear of like, fucking hell, if we cause any aggro in here like that, fucking QSG will be coming after us. We don't want that. And so it became a verbal thing. It's just, and it was acknowledged all over, don't cause any fucking aggro.
I mean, I've read in the media, Arthur Donnelly, Freddie Foreman of the Northwest.
Well, who the fucking hell made that up? I've not got a clue. I'm sat in my fucking shit. I've got no Rolls Royces. I've got no Rolls Royces. I'm an old age fucking pensioner. And like, as regards my money, you know, nobody can fucking rob me. I own this fucking gaff here.
No, but I think the implication of the Freddie Foreman was gangsters, you know what I mean?
Well, that's what they do, don't they? The press do that. We've done more for people in this town than a lot of people. A lot of you know, hard work for people. And fucking giving money to fucking charities and all that. No, we're regular people. And like, we've lived our life the way
Never took a penny off a working man. Never.
I mean, we are part of the history of Manchester. You know, and I'm beginning to realise this, you know, it's like, you know, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing here now. I mean, you know, and I try to put the record straight a little bit if you can. I suppose it's impossible, but the thing is, we are, and they are, all them lads should remain nameless. They're all good kids and serve this town well.
Crime figures reveal that in 1984, 89 armed robberies had been carried out in Manchester. 12 months later, that figure had risen to 139. A new generation of villains had clearly taken over where the QSG had left off. One of them was a young lad from Salford called Paul Massey.
You were born in the 60s. How Salford changed from then until now?
Well, as you know, in the 60s and the 70s and all that, it was more, there was no drugs in the scene, was there? Like, there was cannabis in them days. There was no, what's the name, cocaine about, no heroin about, or out like that in them days. So it was a better, in my eyes, a better community of people was better, you know what I'm saying?
So what did you get up to around Salford when you was growing up?
Well, I started getting in trouble around about 8 years old. And I think I got a lot of trouble at about 12, ended up in preschool.
What sort of stuff did you get up to?
Mainly burglaries and things like that. And, you know, might do a few snatches here and there, where you're getting wages or other things.
So when were you first sent away?
I was first sent to preschool when I was about 12 years old.
So that's 72?
72, yeah.
And what was that like?
Well, it was pretty rough, to be truthful with you, because there was pretty violent towards you, the staff in the in preschools in them days. And plus you had to fight in them days to look after yourself, because there was no human rights laws in them or anyone protecting you. You have to protect yourself.
So do you think approved school was a mistake?
Yeah, I think what they should have really done is tried a method of rehabilitating me or prevention, which I was never given any of that. I was just heavy-handed by the police because when I was a young kid, the police would beat you up, which they did. Your father would beat you up for getting in trouble as well. Then you go to the proof school and you're getting beat up in there off the staff who's running the place. So you come anti-social and anti-government, anti-police and everything, because everyone's attacking you from each angle.
Massey's antisocial behaviour and rebellious views came to the attention of Ken Keating, a well-known anarchist and political activist in Salford. Ken died in 2010, but his son Sean agreed to talk to me.
You know, it's no secret that they said Paul Massey was Mr. Big, and Ken Keating was like using, it's like as his political aim was to bring down the council.
Well, yeah, that's what they said. They said that, you know, Paul was the Mr. Big, the youth of Salford were the foot soldiers, and Ken Keating was this Machiavellian guy who was like politicising the youth of Salford.
Because your dad believed that the chief of police at the time had declared war on the Salford youth, didn't he?
He did declare war on Salford youth. I was there, I was at that meeting, and Inspector Jim Tumner stood up and he pointed right out to everybody that was in that audience and he went, "I'm telling you now, you will not win. GMP is declaring war on you scum."
That declaration from the police sparked outrage amongst the Salford youth and they took to the streets.
It's like a pressure cooker. It can only take so much before it explodes, like the riots did. And when I pulled up, I just seen loads of police jumping out of vans, basically chasing people about, provoking people, who's poking people. I seen it with my own eyes. Then people was all foaming each other, turning up. The police was rushing that gang because people just stood about watching what was going on. Because like you see 30, 40 police vans pull up, young kids come out and have a look because you know, knows there. And then the police are chasing them about, running at them, and it's sort of like loads of anger just come from nowhere. I just seen like people fucking coming from the estates, people running down these entries, coming off ghettos and everything. And that's I've just never seen in my life so much anger in them young kids' faces. When they was throwing the bricks at the police, it wasn't bad, it was like so much feminine, so much aggression. They wasn't interested in the shops, they weren't interested in the properties or anything like that, them kids on that day. They just wanted a full battle with the police and he took it right to them and the police ran off. I was there, they ran, they abandoned Salford, then the kids attacked Salford precinct because the police abandoned it. That's why the police paid the money to the people because of the damage, because they left the city. And the reason they left the city, not only did they get chased off by, because they've hounded the Salford youth and the Salford teenagers so much. And that day I seen that anger spill onto the streets against the police. It wasn't about like looting, it wasn't about smashing shops or properties. This was police and the Salford anger. And that's what happened that day.
The Dole got burnt down, the rent offices got burnt down. You actually go back and you look at previous acts of civil unrest, riots, whatever you want to call them, yeah? Everything gets destroyed. Nobody gives a fuck, they just burn it all to the ground because it's about destruction, yeah? In 1992, yeah, Carpet World was targeted because Carpet World, right, had brought a policy in where they were charging residents of Odsall and Salford Precinct £1 a floor. Because there's a lot of high-rise flats, they thought we can nick an extra £1 note off here, off all the residents by charging them £1 a floor extra, and that was just to get somebody to measure your carpet, right? The Dole office is an obvious target anyway, yeah? The rent office was an obvious target because people believed that the actual records of who owed rent was in there. As it turns out, it wasn't. It was right at the town hall, but, you know. So,
get them next time.
Yeah, but, you know, it's like... What I'm trying to say is there was nothing of any use to the community targeted or attacked in 1992. Simple as that.
But
there was no doctors' surgeries burnt down. There was no schools, You know, schools burnt down, and they're always usually the first target in a riot, because it's the kids, innit, you know.
I remember vaguely that I know a few police vans were shot up, and the police was shot at, and there was fires all over the city. And I mean, there was a right destruction of damage done, and apparently I got accused by someone from Salford Council that I was the Mr. Big behind it all.
Mr. Burrows?
Mr. Burrows, yes. Which, I've never been arrested for any of this, or even pulled in for it, or questioned about any of this. And then since he's made that comment about that in the paper, he's just made my life pretty hell with the police.
Following the riots, the police abandoned large areas of Salford. Massey, with the agreement of Ken Keating, then took it upon himself to protect the neighbourhoods.
No crack, no smack, no hard drugs in Salford. Burglars. If somebody was found to be burgling or known to be burgled, they were spoken to. If somebody was selling hard drugs, they were spoken to.
Usually with a bat, I hear.
Well, you know...
I'm not saying it's a bad thing.
By
I
any means necessary.
I agree with it, but essentially your father and others had assumed the role of the police, really. They were policing Salford.
Well, you know.
When Ken Keating passed away, Salford turned out to pay its respects.
And so was Salford missing?
Salford would definitely miss Ken. You won't get another Ken. You'll never get another man like him. He's a one-off. He wasn't, how can I say, it wasn't to cause disruption, Ken, as people try and make him out. He was there to fight for people's rights, and, you know, if someone, police was harassing you or anything like that, he'd support you. He'd fight the police in legal ways of paperwork and marches and anything else. He's just an amazing man.
I used to find it frustrating because I used to think, why can't my dad be like everybody else's dad? Down the pub, getting pissed, getting stoned, you know, doing what everybody else's dad seemed to do. And as I've got older, I've come to realise that he didn't just hate authority for the fact it was authority. Yeah, he was fighting a bigger battle, and that bigger battle was against oppression, the New World Order, the banks. It was everything. My dad wasn't just an advisor to the criminal fraternity. My dad was a political animal, and that's what his whole life was spent doing, fighting oppression and, you know, any kind of authority that would repress you or I, and that's what he spent his life doing.
In the early 90s, Manchester's emerging music scene meant that it had some of the most popular clubs in the country. Venues such as the Hacienda were meeting the insatiable demand for both dance music and ecstasy, and club owners were hiring the hardest men that they could find to try and keep control of the lucrative market.
Okay, the apartment block across the street bears no resemblance to the world-famous nightclub that once stood there. That was the scene of the Hacienda, which was probably one of the most famous nightclubs in Europe at the time because of the rave scene, you know, bands like the Stone Roses, and that all started their careers there. But unfortunately, where there's money to be made, you'll find villains, and where you find villains, you'll find violence. And the Hacienda was the scene, or the cause, of what became known as the Door Wars in Manchester.
What happened in the Door Wars?
Exactly what it says on the tin, really. You know, various criminal gangs from Cheetham Hill, Salford, Whalley Range, other areas of Manchester, knew there was a lot of money to be made in that club. And so they were all vying to take the door over so they could control the lucrative drugs market.
The Salford lads was known for selling the ecstasy at the time, because they used to sell the E's in there. And the police used to say it was me. It wasn't me at all. It was people doing their own thing. But just because they see near me, they start saying it's me as well. But it wasn't me. I had nothing to do with it. when we was younger and all that, we all like a fight, but we only fought with people who wanted to fight. We didn't go like beat people up for no reason. We wouldn't do anything like that. It's like you go to town or you go about wherever and it's gangs out. You know when you want to fight and you don't. We have a good fight and tear up. But as the years went on, there's more people from Salford hitting the town, more gangs from Salford hitting the town, more gangs from Moss Side, more gangs from Cheetham hitting the town. So it was coming like a bit of a gang culture, Manchester town centre in the 80s and 90s, where you had to be firmed up to survive in there. But the only thing with the Salford boys, what I will give them, they always stuck together. When there was a problem, you fought one, you had to fight them all. So it was a very powerful firm at the time in the 80s and 90s where he just wasn't backing away from anybody. But they wouldn't cause problems unless it come at them.
Pitched battles were fought and won by Massey and his firm, the Salford lads, as they sought to gain control of pub and club security contracts. On one occasion, the Salford firm met in a club with the Cheetham Hill firm. Both were heavily armed and ready for what could have been one of the bloodiest and most brutal encounters in British gang history.
What happened was there was a fight in a club in Manchester with one of the black lads from Cheetham Hill and a Salford lad. Anyway, they had a one-to-one the next day, and the black man from Cheetham Hill had ears bit off him, bits bit off him here and there. Then it was all over. That was to stop the Salford and Cheetham Hill falling out, because I know the older Cheetham Hill boys. But then another incident happened 2 weeks later at that. And then we tried to arrange a fight with the kids from Cheetham Hill, with the kids from Salford, and they weren't having it. So if you want it, it's going to have to be guns. So we was in the club, and I think it was Saturday night in the Conspiracy, and then I seen about 60, 70 men walk in with long macs on and vest and whatever, ballys and everything they had on. They come towards me, pulled loads of things out, and then next minute I just said, you better look around. I just turned around and realised that they were surrounded with men with guns. So I said, put them down or it's going down. So the kid were like that. I went like that to the Salford lads, and then eventually we shook hands and we sorted it out without it going to a proper serious war with Cheetham Hill. Fortunately, it turned out nicely where it could have been a massacre, because there's over 2,000 people in that club, and there must be about 60, 70 guns on the scene of that night in there, and it just took one person to pull the trigger, and it would have been chaos.
The first of many attempts by the authorities to bring Massey down failed miserably. He was acquitted of violent disorder at a nightclub after the main prosecution witness decided to go on holiday rather than face him in a trial. Another face from Salford who saw himself as a defender of the community was Wayne Barker. Like Massey, he was expelled from school and fought on the streets from a young age, gaining his reputation with his courage and his fists.
My dad couldn't control me. I was fighting. There was people coming to the house all the time, and it was always mive about me fighting. And I didn't see anything wrong in me fighting, to be quite truthful. I liked it. I enjoyed it, And that's not to say I'm a bully. It's just what I did and just what I liked. The school expelled me, obviously. And then there's an old character still around in Manchester. He's 80-odd-year-old called Curly Lowe, very, very well known, Kenneth Lowe. I would suppose you would determine Ken Curly Lowe as an old school sort of gangsters sort of fella, And him and my father took me to a gypsy encampment in Partington. Introduced me to a man called Hughie Burton, also known as Big Just, Uriah Burton, king of the gypsies, who was a fist-fighting man. And for want of a better expression, I was deposited there. And it was really, in hindsight, when you look back, I'm a mature man now, and I look back at my life, and I think really surreal, really, when you think about it. There's like hundreds of travellers on this site, and I couldn't speak Romany. And I had a bit of a tough time about it as it went, you know. And but for the tough times, there was good times. I was messing with horses. I learned to ride. I learned about chicken fighting. I learned how to get a living. I learned to live on my wits. And I was pitted against young boys around my own age, 12, 13, 14, 15-year-old boys. And I'd be 12, 13-year-old. And I won a few and I lost a couple. And then we went over to Ireland and I had a few fights at Phoenix Park, and I fought Cashel horse fair in Tipperary. We used to go to all the horse fairs and Ballinasloe. Fighting young boys my own age, you know, bits of sport, 20, 30 pounds, whatever a man could afford. You did weigh it up. You was similar age, similar size, similar weight, and you'd get to it, and some you'd win, some you'd lose, you know. But there was no animosity about it. It was a sporting thing, a cultural thing really, a gypsy cultural thing. And although I'm not a gypsy, I was accepted into that culture eventually, you know.
By the time Barker was 14 years old, his adopted gypsy family had arranged his first fight for money.
On the Saturday evening, Eugene told me, "You're fighting tomorrow." So I said, "Okay." Didn't think nothing of it. I thought I was fighting a boy, you know. Next morning, I was told I was fighting Jimmy. And I knew Jimmy was a man. He was 36 years old and he was a fit man. He wasn't a fat 36, he was ripped to death. And I remember sitting on the grass thinking, this is a bit heavy. Am I going to get through this or what, you know? But we had a fight, we had gloves on. 49 men paid £1 a piece to watch it. It was a winner-take-all. And that was really the start of my professional fighting career, because that was the first time I'd ever been paid to fight, properly paid, you know. I mean, we had little bets and different things as a kid, but I'd fought a man, and I thought, I'm a man now, I beat a man. I don't want to fight boys no more. I didn't fight any more boys. It was 18, 19-year-old young men I was fighting.
Wayne's love of fighting resulted in him falling foul of the law and ending up in prison. Whilst on remand at Strangeways Prison, he found himself locked in a cell with a man who'd murdered the child of a family friend.
What had happened was two guys in a stolen car was driving through Whalley Range, and some young boys had been scrumping apples, throwing them at cars, taking a chunk out and throwing them at cars, as kids do. The car stops, two men get out and chase these boys. No one knows who actually threw the apple at that particular car, but the one they actually caught was Lewiston Pantry, and one held him and the other one stabbed him 7 or 9 times. The boy climbed over the wall and died in the vicar's, in the church garden. The reverend or the vicar was watering his plants. A lot of people come to my cell at 4:30 when they open you up for your tea. This kid was too scared to go down for his tea. So I've stopped the people coming in the cell. No, leave him, this is me, I'm dealing with this. And I put everyone away from the cell. And I've made the kid feel a bit secure that I'm going to protect him. I had no intention of protecting him. I was livid, I was young, I was stupid, I was headstrong. And I'm not bragging about what I did. But in the same, I don't feel no regrets for what I did, if that makes any kind of sense, because this nasty, evil man had killed a little boy. And I beat him up and I'd done some nasty things to him. He sustained a lot of pain and a lot of injuries, no facial injuries. It was all done systematically, you know. I cut him with razor blades, I sliced him, noughts and crosses, cut skin off his feet. It was a bit sick really when I talk about it, but that's what I did. And I cut sheets up and I bandaged him up. And I told him if he told anyone, you know, he'd get seriously dealt with. And he didn't tell anybody for, I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks. And the only way he come to tell anybody was he went to a court appearance, and the social workers was wanting to give him some clothing, wanting to change clothes, and he wanted to do it in private. He wasn't allowed to do it in private, and the social workers made him take his shirt off. When he took his shirt off, he's seen all these handmade bandages where he's wrapped up on his arms and his legs and his body. And he said, what are these? And he's ripped them off, and he's obviously opened all the wounds up, which have become infected because they've not been treated. And then he come in and he told them, Wayne Barker's done this and this and this and this and this, bang, bang, bang. Next thing I know, the screws come to my cell, they take me out, bang, they take me down into an office, into an interview room. I get interviewed. Gareth Hughes, my lawyer, was there, and I was subsequently charged with attempted murder.
Following his eventual release from prison, Barker returned to the ring, turned professional, and travelled to America to box in some of the country's most famous gyms. He went on to fight in Venezuela against the world super middleweight champion, Fulio Bell. But when he returned to the UK, he was forced to face his most formidable opponent, cancer.
I thought my party was over, and I was in a very, 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 very strange place, mentally. And they let me out after about 6 or 7 days, as soon as I could go to the bathroom properly. And I come out and they had staples all up here. And the first day out, I got in my Land Rover and I come from my house to the club as just normal. Some friends took me out for some lunch, and I walked a mile. I thought I'll leave my car there and I'm going to walk home. I'd gone down to about 9.5 stone. So I walked just about a mile, and I had to phone my wife to come and collect me. And I was fucked.
Frankie Fraser's son David got to know Wayne over the years and went to visit him just before he died.
I was absolutely shocked, man. I was really shocked. Because when you go in his house, there's a photograph of him as a very healthy man, as a fighter. And he's an healthy man in the photograph. And when I walked into the room, he was a shell of a man, very thin, very pale. And he was dying, and he knew he was dying. But his pride and his courage that was with him, and he had a lovely, lovely, caring family. They was with him all the way. And it was sad to see him like that. And of course, the memories of Jack brought back to us as well. And I always remember when we went back home, back in Roy's car, going back down towards London, it was a very quiet journey, and no one wouldn't say nothing. It was very, very sombre. We was hurt. We was hurt to see our friend Harry was. Then eventually, I always remember this, Wayne saying to me, we went downstairs and we were sitting there talking, actually into one of the rooms downstairs. I think you might have seen him when he was laid out in his coffin in that room. That's the room where we were sitting and talking to him. And Wayne was still trying to put deals together. And we were putting deals together, and he said, I'll phone you up later, and et cetera, you know. But I knew deep inside that he was dying, and it wouldn't be long. Then we get the phone call a week or so later that he died. And well, I was heartbroken, to be honest with you. I really choked, because he just was one of those people I bonded with as a closeness. And I went to the funeral, me, Roy Hilder, Darky Smith, and an ex-fighter called Eric. And we travelled up there, spent the night in a hotel, and then we went to the funeral the next day. But it was very sad.
Cancer had claimed Wayne Barker, but it was the authorities who eventually brought down his counterpart Paul Massey. He was sentenced to 14 years imprisonment for stabbing a man outside a Manchester nightclub. Massey's close friend Paul Ferris was also in the sights of the police. He'd been commuting from Manchester to London on a regular basis when he was arrested in possession of a cache of machine guns.
When I was arrested in London, I was unaware that I was under observation by this new tactical unit, which involved MI5, soccer, the kind of whole law enforcement outfits that were all put together. It was never fitted up. People say that, you know, there was questionable about your arrest. None questionable about the arrest, other than the fact that had I known there were guns in the box, I'd have still done it anyway. So I'm not going to make any or gloss over things or make any excuses. The fact of the matter is, I was arrested, or to coin an English phrase, done bang to rights.
As Paul Ferris discovered, the police in London have far more resources than any other force. Regardless of how powerful you are or how powerful you think you are, they always get their man in the end. London has plenty of previous when it comes to gangs, mobs and firms. For decades, names like Sabini, Cortese, Richardson and of course Cray have become synonymous with crime and violence. In every firm there were ruthless enforcers. One man in particular stands out, Mad Frankie Fraser. Born in 1923, he earned his moniker after slashing gangland boss Jack Spot. He went on to become a key member of South London's most infamous gang, the Richardsons. Fraser's role was to offer protection to pubs and clubs in exchange for Eddie's one-armed bandits being installed. Failure to do so meant running the risk of having the landlord or the pub damaged.
Well, I'd come out of prison doing 7 years, and I was introduced to them and liked them immediately. And that was it. Then I teamed up with them.
In the 60s, it was great because when it was good, it was very, very good. I mean, you had a nice Bentley car, pulled up nightclubs and all this and that, everything was going on. It was great, you know.
If you had the West End, that's the jewel in the crown in London. Not the pubs, not this, not that, the West End. The West End is a money-making machine. And they had their finger in every pie. If the machine went into a club, they was basically minding the club without having putting anyone on the door or whatever. But they were very honest and very good with everyone. They weren't greedy. They invited, if anyone went to work with them, they put them in on the coup and give them a fair share. And that's what made my dad and Eddie so good.
Fraser and his two sons have spent over 70 years behind bars. Fraser Sr. had a terrifying reputation as an inmate, repeatedly refusing to submit to custody and protesting about conditions. He started the infamous Parkhurst riots and was accused of kidnapping and hanging the governor of Wandsworth Prison.
I was a right headache to them in prison. I would never give in. I've done more bread and water than any man alive. They don't have it as a punishment now in prison. And I've got an extra 5 years at Parkhurst and all for leading a riot. And they thought by certifying me, I go to Broadmoor and it gets me out of the system. Because the prison officers would be going, we've got to get rid of him. We either got to kill him or certify him. He's making our job hard. And that's why they certified us insane. And it suited me, I could put up with that, because Broadmoor then was much better than prison. Also, I first punched a prison officer when I was very young. You can see how small I am, and I was about as fat as my finger then. And when they see me, the prison officers, you could read their face. They'd be going, a little cockney so-and-so, we'll put him in his place. And they'd make life very hard for me, and I would just retaliate. I'd fight back.
On one occasion, Fraser viciously attacked a guard at Parkhurst Prison.
Well, this prison officer said I cut one of his ears off. and they couldn't find it. Well, the reason they couldn't find it was put down the toilet, I flushed the chain, and it's floating somewhere off the Isle of Wight. And for the rest of his career, he was known as Area Harry.
Well, Fraser had a quite a notorious reputation, mainly gained by his imprisonment. So when he came out of prison, you know, I mean, he'd done all sorts of things, you know, so he had a big reputation for imprisonment. I must say that he was game. If there's anything to do, I had to see someone or do anything, you know, I should say, Frank, we've got to go somewhere. He never hesitated. He jumped in the motor, you know, so he was game enough, that's all I'd say.
Eddie Richardson was once described by not one but two Home Secretaries as one of the most dangerous men in Britain. Together with his older brother Charlie, they controlled South London.
Eddie Richardson was more of the muscle man. Charlie was a businessman, and Eddie teamed up with Mad Frankie Fraser and started a company called Atlantic Gaming Machines, and they put in fruit machines in various pubs and clubs around Soho, which they made money from, but they also got protection from those premises and made quite a lot of money out of it.
There was bits of violence, yeah, of course it was. I mean, there was everywhere, isn't there? Everywhere. And especially more so in them days, because, as I say, more people used to look after themselves in them days, much more than what they do, you know,
Can you think
today.
of any, like, particularly bad incidents up there?
Well, there was some people did get chopped up a bit with a couple of choppers, you know, on their legs, mainly on their legs. I think they was Polish that tried to encroach on someone's property. So they did get, you know, chopped up a bit. But no one got arrested for it. It didn't happen in them days like that. Nowadays, I mean, it's all on film, these cameras, videos from the cameras now. I mean, there's nothing. In them days, you were lucky to find a phone box that worked.
Across the river from the Richardsons, in the East End of London, Charlie Cray and his younger identical twin brothers, Ronnie and Reggie, had formed their own gang which came to be known as the Firm. Ronnie, a paranoid schizophrenic, suffered from delusions of grandeur and had planned to not only control the East End, but to have influence in every major city in the country.
It was a mixture of fear and respect. Respect because women and children, untouchable. Ordinary guys who went to work and they're untouchable. Any rows we had was only amongst ourselves, and if we hurt or killed one another, so what? And therefore, people did have a lot of respect, yeah.
Well, they was two puffs, wasn't they, to be quite honest. I mean, Reggie Cray never come out till late. I was away with Reggie Cray for quite some time. He never come out, but at the end he did come out, right? He was a puff, same as his brother. So...
But violent homosexuals.
Oh, they was violent, yeah.
But that didn't
I
worry
mean, in their own little way, I suppose, they was violent, yeah. So was we, wasn't we? So, you know.
But that didn't worry you and your brother, no?
Never. I tell you, again, that if they put me and my brother in a cell with them two, there's only two people coming out, that's me and my brother. No brains. Both of them, I mean, they was both no brains. What I would say, no brains, you know.
Yeah.
They wanted to be gangsters. They set out to be gangsters. Used to read gangster magazine, gangster comics and things like that. You understand what I mean? I mean, it never happened with me. I mean, I'm running a business and trying to get a few quid and, you know, make yourself successful, a bit of ambition. But with them, that's what they wanted to be.
I never trusted Reggie. I thought he sat on the fence and he would go whatever way suited him, whereas Ronnie was more, if he gave his word, he would stick to his word. Dave was the nuttiest one of the two, and he was on this horse tranquiliser and knock a horse over what he used to take, you know. But he needed that every day to keep himself, because he was manic depressive, you know, and he thought if people looked at him too long, he thinks they're going to attack him or something. You know, he was one of those very insecure people. Or if he went to the toilet and someone followed him into the toilet, he'd think they'd come in to do him or something, you know, and he'd probably attack them first, you know. So he wasn't right in the head. He definitely wasn't right in the head.
It was all right. Ronnie was a bit funny, like, you know. Ronnie would get up in the morning, yeah, and some mornings he'd come down, he'd be all happy, ha ha ha. Another morning he'd come down, sit in a chair and pull a face and he'd sit there and you couldn't talk to him because he used to say meditating.
He hadn't took his pills yet.
And he used to have loads of pills. I used to have a couple myself sometimes, used to get me a buzz. And that's how he was. And if he was nice in the morning, he'd have a go at someone on the night. And if he was horrible in the morning, he'd be all happy on the night.
Both the Richardsons and Fraser were accused of torturing their enemies. Severe beatings, cigarette burns, teeth being ripped out with pliers, and being electrocuted into unconsciousness were all on their menu of pain.
They called it a torture trial because people was making all sorts of accusations, right, and getting believed anything went at the time.
Like attaching clips to their nipples and sending electric shocks through them doesn't seem your style, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, well, Charlie would have them for days. He would have them for hours and hours. I know once that he got broken into and he had quite a lot of his suits nicked and all that, and he had half of the fucking villains in South London in, didn't he, under question.
The guy who said I pulled his teeth out with pliers, he approached my sister, said, if you give me £1,000, Eva, when that was a hell of a lot of money then, I'll tell the truth, it never happened. So Eva took him to a solicitor, L.B. Woods was the chauffeur, took him to a solicitor and he made a statement saying he told the police a pack of liars and dropped him home. He then went straight to the police and said she threatened him. She was nicked and for conspiring to pervert the course of justice and got 3 years when she was absolutely innocent, yeah. And he swore her life away.
What about all the other stories about electric boxes and...
No, a lot of it all rubbish, son. They could say that then and get away with it. But I only wished it had been true. When I was doing my 20 years, would it have been lovely if I could have been going, oh, what a good job I made of that back molar. I wished I'd have turned up the machine a bit better. That wasn't true, though. And poor Eddie and Charlie, the Richardson, they got all that time and all that. But absolutely nothing.
Found a little generator in the scrapyard and he used to attach it to people's nuts and everything and electrocute them. And one guy tells the story where he sat him down, hit him on the head with a bayonet, and one of the crowd said, look at that, looks like a mouth opening. So he rubbed a pie in, give it something to eat. He's a fucking lunatic.
We'll give him, like, the right that he has got a lot of arsehole with him, you know. And I've served several sentences in the neck with him, Fraser, and he's got to be loopy-loop.
Freddie Foreman, considered by many to be the godfather of British crime, was one of the few men that the Krays respected. His name, rightly or wrongly, is firmly attached to almost every unsolved gangland murder in the capital over the last 50 years. As well as robbing banks and blowing safes, he provided muscle and firepower to Ronnie and Reggie.
My memories wasn't really happy memories. Every time I saw them, there was always a problem or something, you know, or they was never. The only good memories I've got is going round to their house and with my kids and meeting their mother, you know, Violet, and she would take the kids. She was a lovely, lovely woman, and she'd take the kids in. I'll take them, hello, Freddie, and Jamie and Gregory, and she'd take them in the kitchen and give them a sandwich or, you know, drop a lemonade. And she was a very beautiful woman, lovely, typical Cockney mother, you know. The old man used to keep it out the back. You never see much of him, the father. But the twins, and it was always, the house was always full of different people, you know, at the firm laying around and in the vicinity. They was never on their own, really. There was always someone about.
Like many faces, Foreman's reputation was forged with his fists, both in the ring and on the streets.
I used to go to Covent Garden a lot, and they had a bit of a straightener there with a fella, and we had a bit of a tear up in a cafe, and it went down a little bit of history, you know, when we had this fight in this cafe.
Did he have a reputation?
Yeah, and the reputation started building up, you know. And I could have a fight on the streets, a street fighter sort of thing. And at the coffee stalls, they would say there was one at Clapham Common. I know they used to sort of have people challenge you and say, you know, oh, you fancy your chances, or in fact we've got someone here who fucking can beat you, and all that used to go on. You know, it was a sort of it was all the macho fucking stuff, you know. Excuse me swearing, but. It was the alpha male coming out in you, you know, and I finished up. We used to go round to these coffee stalls, and I can tell you this now, quite honestly, that the Elephant and Castle had a coffee stall, Campbell Green had a coffee stall, Clapham Common had a coffee stall, Wandsworth Road had a coffee stall, Wells End, Chelsea had a coffee stall, Tooting back had a coffee store, and I had a fight in every one of them. Yeah, I used to go down the side street and have a straightener, you know. But and then you go back and have a cup of tea and a meat pie and a sausage sandwich afterwards. You know, there was no animosity. You know, it was all right. We won. Take your coats off. They used to make a circle, and you'd have to get at it. You know, but this is how we used to be. And that sort of reputation, I suppose that's what, you know, made you who you were, you know.
As the Krays became more successful, they branched out from the East End and bought a club called Esmeralda's Barn in Knightsbridge.
I was there on the meeting when they took it over, but they took the East End to Knightsbridge. You know, all them ugly-looking bastards with their cuts down their faces and all that, and flat noses, and they should have left the club as it was and run it without it, and just sat back and collected the debts that was owed. That's all they needed to do. But of course they ruined the place, like they ruined every fucking thing, you know.
Tensions between the Kray and Richardson firms boiled over one night when one of Foreman's staff, Kenny Hampton, was beaten up by members of the Richardson gang at the Stork Club in the West End.
He got bashed up down in the toilets for no reason, but I kicked the shit out of him. And he never turned up for work. I'll go around and see his mother, and his mother said and I saw him, his head was like a football where it was, you know, enlarged, and he was all bruised and bad. And I should get him up to the hospital and have an X-ray. He's probably got a concussion or something like that. Anyway, I'll find out that what Eddie and Fraser and them had done, and they was all in a group, and I went over and I pulled them. I pulled Eddie about it, and I stuck this 38 up his nostril, you know, up his nose. I said, and that kid worked for me. I said, and he's like going to hospital, and that made out it was nothing. but it wasn't nothing. It was a liberty, and I saw it that way.
In 1965, Freddie Foreman's brother George was shot in the groin by East End villain Jimmy Evans, who had accused him of having an affair with his wife. Not surprisingly, when Freddie found out, he vowed bloody revenge. Evans and his associate Ginger Marks were ambushed in the street. Evans escaped by hiding under a car. The body of Marks has never been found.
All I knew was someone come round to me and got the message that George was in hospital, in St Thomas's Hospital, and someone had shot him on his doorstep while he was having a meal with his wife and kids. Ginger knocked at the door. He went and answered the door, and all the light had been taken out outside on the landing, and it's all pitch black. And then someone stepped out of the shadows with a shotgun and blasted him in the lower area, caught him in the top of the leg. And of course, I'll go to the hospital, and the police stay on the bed, and they went and had a cigarette, and now over it, and he just whispered Ginger Tom, and that's the only name I had. Well, the twins knew everyone in the East End, and so when I went to see the twins, they told me who Ginger Tom was, you know, and so that was Tommy Marks. And that's how I come to find. Then I found out through that who the other fellow was. I didn't know about the relationship he was having with this girl. I had no idea he'd been carrying on with somebody else's wife, you see. So that was something that was a shock to me. And naturally, I had to take revenge, you know.
So Freddie was always trying to track him down, but Ginger Marks was commonly called Gin. Jimmy Evans was commonly called Jim. So they pulled on him one day in Cheshire Street, and they ordered out Jim. They wanted Jimmy Evans, but Ginger Marks turned around thinking he'd called Gin. And they shot Ginger Marks, dragged him in the motor and whipped him off. And that was the last I saw of him.
Do you know what happened to his body?
No.
Matters came to a head in March 1966 when a shootout took place at Mr Smith's club in Catford between members of the Cray and Richardson firms. 8 people were shot that night, including Frankie Fraser and Eddie Richardson. One man loyal to the Crays, Dickie Hart, was killed. The Battle of Mr Smith's, as it became known, would prove to be a turning point in London's gangland history.
We went over there and was unaware that other things had been going on, and people thought we was going over there to put it on them, when we wasn't at all. We were just going over there to feel the ground out and things like that. Anyway, they had 2 guns, we never had no guns. So, and then one of them wanted to have a fight with me, wanted to have a straightening with me. Right.
Is it Dickie Hart, no?
No, not Dickie Hart, no. Can't remember his name now. Quite a big lump anyway. So we had a fight on the dance floor. Right. I'd done him on the dance floor, set astride of him. I wanted to really punch his head through the fucking floorboard, to be quite honest. But I've been waiting to get shot in the back. My mate had already been shot in the arm, Harry Rawlins, blood come out, spurting out everywhere. So I'm waiting to get shot for beating him, to be honest. So I didn't go too strong. He's crying out, I've had enough, I've had enough. So I got up and left him. Then there was a bit of movement from outside. Someone tried to get outside, get out the back door, right? So they ran out the back door. So everyone ran out the back door. And that's when Dickie Hart lost his gun. And he'd already shot Fraser with it and Harry Rawlins with it. It's quite a big 45, you know. And he finished up getting the gun, and he got one from the gun, but he didn't survive it.
It's a great night, a great fight in there, Mr Smith's, yeah. Very terrific fight. Knives, guns, everything.
Eddie and Fraser and all the rest of the firm had been down there, and it kicked off. And there's a few people, about 4 people, had been shot. You know, one shotguns and everything, and they'd been killed. The little fella, Dickie Hart, and he was the casualty. But the actual person who actually did it wasn't arrested, wasn't captured, and he fucked off. And he went out the country and he never been seen again. You know, but Fraser likes to make out he did it, but he didn't do it at all, because they had to carry him out with his legs shattered, and everyone was sort of like, Eddie was shot up the husband, and everyone was shot in the arm, and he was in the bad way, the artery pumping out of him. But it was just one of those things that kicked off, and of course that was like an open warfare. Now it was sort of, and that was the beginning of all the trouble.
Ex-professional lightweight boxer Jimmy Tippett was one of the doormen at the club that night and had tried to take the gun off Dickie Hart.
I walked up to Dickie Hart. I said, "What you doing?" He's gone, "A Luger." I said, "A Luger." It was a Luger. He said, "Jim, it's going to be war tonight." He said, "I'll be." I said, "Dick," I said, "Don't be silly." Took the gun off him, put it in the girl's bag that I was with, right? Then boom, 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 everything else happened. Then Dickie Hart, somehow or other, he got the gun. Because I said to the girl, when we was going over at Lewisham, going over the bridge, like up to Ted's place to drop him off, I said, what was it? Oh yeah, I said to the girl, "Give us that gun, I'm going to sling it over the bridge." There was a bridge there in Ladywell, and I was going to. She went, "Oh, someone took it. It got someone. I don't know. It must have gone." You know, she had a big bag. You know, I said, "Oh, don't worry." Come back, got indoors with her, having a chat and a cup of tea and that, and all of a sudden the phone went. I went, "Hello, it's Ted." He went, "Jim, Dickie Hart's dead, got killed." I said, "Oh, I'll see you in the morning." I thought, God, no, that was it.
Frankie Fraser was charged with the murder of Dickie Hart, but found not guilty. However, both he and Eddie Richardson were convicted of causing a fray and sentenced to 5 years in prison.
The jury retired. The hours went by. The cell doors unlocked. Jury back, up then 12 steps into the Old Bailey court. Court number 1. Clerk of the court, Mr. Foreman. And we reached the verdict on count 1. Murder, yes sir. Is that the verdict if you won and all? Yes sir. What is that verdict on count 1 murder? Guilty or not guilty? As the foreman went, "Not guilty." He sort of winked. I winked back. We went to the same school together and played in the same football team. St Patrick's, Roman Catholic school in Waterloo. Oh, lovely guy. You don't forget days like that. If found guilty when I'd have been sentenced to death, hung.
To avenge the murder of Dickie Hart, Ronnie Cray and Ian Barry walked into the Blind Beggar pub in the East End and shot Richardson henchman George Cornell through the head as he sat at the bar.
Well, he'd supposed to have insulted him and called him a fat puff or something like that. I mean, I don't know what the truth of the matter was, but Ronnie Cray used to get the hump with people for very little reason, you know. He didn't need a lot of excuses to get the hump with people. And this was a bad thing about him because of his mental state, you know. He wasn't a well person, he wasn't well at all. Georgie Cornell was from East London and he'd gone over to South London to join up with the Richardson firm, and so they felt that he just changed his loyalties from east to south, you know. And I told Ronnie Cray afterwards, I said, "You should never have done that or gone in that pub. It's like their front room. They lived above it, they had their kids above it, and they'd shot and Ian Barry shot shots in the ceiling, could have gone up and injured their family upstairs, you know what I mean? And it should never go in a person's house. Should have waited for Georgie Cornell to come out if they wanted to shoot him, and waited, he'd come out and got in his car or something, not in the pub in front of witnesses and other people and barmaids and everybody else. And I said it was a stupid thing to do.
Ronnie Kray was out of control. He was prepared to maim or murder people for the slightest misdemeanour. After a dispute at a nightclub involving a friend of the Krays and a burglar named Lenny Hamilton, Ronnie ordered Hamilton to attend a meeting.
So I go up there, get a cab, black cab, and go up there. They show me in the kitchen, and Ronnie was standing with his back to the, I didn't know, but it was a gas stove. He sat me down in the chair. He said, all right then? I said, yeah. He said, all right, you can go.
He said, all right, what?
He said, all right, you can go now. I thought, well, what you got me up here for? I'm thinking. Then he told two fellas to get hold of me, and they got hold of me, like. And that's when I see the pokers on the gas. Well, they know what you sharpen knives on, cold steels, that's what you had on the gas.
And were you standing up or sitting there?
Pardon?
Were you standing up?
I was standing, they was holding me.
Right.
You know? So, as he's come towards me, I thought he's trying to fire me. What for? Anyway, I had black curly hair then. He started burning my hair off of me. You know, fucking man's crazy, like, you know. And then he put the pokers across. He was going to burn my eyes out. And as he's coming towards me, someone shouted out, no, Ron, not that. And he just stopped. As he walked away too, I said, you can go now.
When bank robber Albert Donoghue heard what had happened to his friend Lenny Hamilton, he said he would shoot whoever was responsible. Unaware, of course, that man was Ronnie Kray.
Somebody's come to me. I was in the Black Swan in Bow, and they said, the firm's looking for you. I said, oh, well, where are they? So it's in a little pub down Off Balance Road. So I went round there, and I landed on the bar. And I noticed everybody moving away from me, so I thought, oh, there's some shit going on here. And the next thing, bang, I've got one in the leg. Reggie's crept up behind me and gone wallop.
After the shooting, Donoghue went to meet the Krays to settle their differences, and shortly afterwards he was invited to join their firm.
I was invited to go around the house one day, and I went down there, and they're all sitting, the twins and Charlie sitting there. And then Charlie stood up and he said, welcome to the firm, like some fucking board meeting. And he said, we want you on our firm to earn money with us. Forget all them bank robberies and shit like that. So,
that's true what you're saying.
And then they put me on a succession of doors in different clubs. And so you become a face. They use you because you're a face. They know that people will respect when you're on the door. They go, oops, don't start fucking about in here. It's the firm, it belongs to the firm. A regular thing was Reggie and Ronnie would have a bet between themselves. I bet you a tenner I get more money today than you.
Oh, yeah.
And then Ronnie would take Scotch Ian and Reggie would take me. Off we'd go and visit different people and just demand dough off them. And whoever got the most nicked a tenner. A tenner wasn't worth 2 bob in them days.
The Krays employed their terrifying reputation to extort money. One tactic was to send someone to trash a premises before offering their victim protection for a fee the following day.
They would send in a troublemaker first, someone like Teddy Smith, who was easily 2 light hours and he was drunk as a skunk. And then he'd smash the place up. Then the next day, the briefcase man went in and said, I can put a stop to all this shit for you. You just give us a pony a week and we forget about it.
Well, if you didn't fear him, you either was very brave or stupid or you was telling lies.
physical harm.
You were telling lies if you said you never feared them.
Why?
Because they were really frightening if you really knew them when they threatened you.
In 1966, the notorious axeman Frank Mitchell escaped from Dartmoor prison, and the Krays agreed to put him up in a small flat in the East End. However, it was a decision they would quickly regret, as Mitchell turned psychotically violent, threatening to take hostages and kill people. The twins called Freddie Foreman to try and sort out the mess.
So they had minders looking after him day and night, and they was all terrified and shit scared of him. And they was complaining all the time. And so they got me over, asked me to come over, and I went to see Reggie and Charlie, and they said, can you get us out of trouble here and help us? And they had rings under their eyes, and he threatened to go round and take their mother hostage, and he knew what to blame if and he would take 6 coppers with him. If it was the police turned up, he would shoot his way out. Now they're really worried now. So now they've got to get some help from somewhere, and they come to me again. So I'll go over and see him, and so I made arrangements to pick him up and take him out of the country, take him away down the country.
One of the Cray firm, Albert Donoghue, was there that night and escorted Frank Mitchell to a waiting van.
Jerry Callahan was on Foreman's firm. He opened the back doors. I got in, and they sent me up the front of the van. There was a small partition between the back of the van and the cab. So I sat down, and Gerard Callahan had shut the back doors, and he walked round and got in the passenger seat and slammed the passenger door. I didn't know till later. When he slammed that passenger door, that was the signal that everything's all right. That is when the guns opened up. They was pumping shots into him, and he was groaning. He wasn't dead. They didn't kill him. And then Gerard said, go on, Fred, give him another one, I'm empty. So Foreman put his muzzle under his ear and gone badang. That was it. He flopped over then. He was dead, obviously. I worked it out, as I say, revolver at maximum 6 shots, automatic, anything up to 30. And then bang, 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 bang. Just pumping shots into him. So God knows how many shots it took to kill him.
Foreman was also implicated in the murder of a small-time crook, Jack the Hat McVitie. Reggie Cray, who was by now mimicking his twin brother's psychotic madness, decided to kill McVitie after a trivial dispute about money.
And how did they kill Jack?
Well, they lured him to a party, and the Lambriano brothers took him to this party, and when they got him down there, there was they just fucking challenged him and finished up stabbing him to death. Reggie stabbed him to death. Ronnie was holding him, and this guy, Ronnie Hart, their cousin, was involved in it all, stabbing him and holding him, and it was a messy, really messy job, what they did of him anyway. It took a long time to kill him, apparently. It was a bad scene.
His body's never been found either, has it?
No. Well, they took him across and dumped him right on my fucking doorstep, round the corner from my pub, and left him there in the back of a car, covered up in a bed, in a fucking candlewick bedspread on the back seat of the car. I mean, what a thing to do, I mean, and there was right outside a church where there'd been a wedding take place, After that incident, there was no reporting there, no, everyone was missing. He was missing. Jack was missing. Mitchell was missing, and Marks was missing. So it was, you know, they was all pointing the finger at me all the time, you know. And of course, there was. You can imagine what was going on in you know, at Scotland Yard and places like that. What they was all thinking. So, but they, you know, they got a lot of things wrong. It wasn't right what they were thinking anyway. We won't go into that.
The reason so few people were ever found is that the Krays had a Polish bodyman who used to dispose of their mutilated victims.
He used to break lorries up, smelt Ellie, and he had a big aluminium smelt.
Like a furnace?
Yeah. And what he used to do, he used to have an old chest freezer. He used to put them in there.
Freeze them up.
Then he'd cut them up
No
and
blood.
put them in the smelt.
No blood once
And if
they're
there's any
frozen.
bones left, we used to crush them all up and then go and throw them in the river. And that's how we disposed of the body.
The Krays had become so out of control, it could only be a matter of time before they were killed or arrested. In fact, Scotland Yard had formed a special squad of officers to end their reign, led by Detective Chief Inspector Leonard Nipper Reid. Even their own firm were concerned about their random acts of violence and were conspiring against them.
When Ronnie Cray sat in the car, he always wanted to sit in the passenger seat. So we just sort of larking about, we said, it'd be so easy, just sit behind him. When you find a nice corner, pop him in the back of the head and chuck him out and let him roll down the bank or something. It would have been so easy.
Much of the talk about the twins' demise was little more than wishful thinking, but some of their most trusted associates did actually meet at Simpson's restaurant in London to discuss the best way of removing them for all time.
I thought they should be ironed out, to be honest.
You thought the Krays should have been shot?
The two of them, yeah.
Why did you think?
Because they was dangerous to everybody, and if they hadn't been arrested when they were, that's what would have happened.
Was that?
Yeah.
That had been.
That was on the cards, yeah.
That the two of them had been shot?
Yeah, not Charlie, but they would. Yeah, that's in the Simpsons in the Strand. That took place, you know, discussion.
The Krays were eventually charged with the murders of Cornell and McVitie and sentenced to life imprisonment. Their plans to control cities as far north as Newcastle were never to be realised. The Geordies, with their own bloody crime history, are adamant that they would never have had a chance anyway. For more than 50 years, two ruthless gangs have dominated the Tyneside underworld. Initially, the Conroy and the Sayers families lived side by side in relative harmony in the West End of Newcastle. But the birth of the drug-fuelled rave culture in the late 1980s changed everything. Both with the intense desire to take complete control of the North East, the families went to war with one another and with anyone else who stood in their way. What followed was a street war of mindless violence.
We've come to Newcastle to speak to Paddy Conroy. The Conroys are probably the city's most infamous family. During the 80s and 90s, they were pretty much untouchable in this city. And they were allegedly involved in kidnap, torture, and they've also been accused of several high-profile murders. But in fairness, they've not been convicted of any. And Paddy feels very strongly about allegations made against him by people in trials. And basically, he wants to have his say and, you know, clear his name.
They called me Dad Mr. Newcastle. That's what the folk used to call him back in the 60s and 70s. He robbed all the post offices, robbed all the stately homes. He was a fighter as well. He was a hard man as well, apart from being a villain. But apart from that, he was a decent fella, you know.
Yeah. So what was the police view of him? How did they think of him? How did they treat him? And...
Police were through our door every week for one reason or the other. And my dad was always fighting with them. Every week he was fighting with them. One cop I was getting knocked out in one place over all his life. That's what relationship he had with the police like.
And the police, did they sort of tarnish you all with the same brush and give the whole family grief?
Yeah.
Because of your father?
We grew up as kids with our father having to put up with them coming through the fucking door, and twice I woke up one night and they were climbing over my bed. They'd put a ladder out of the back window and climbed through my bedroom window. They were looking for Ronnie Biggs, he'd escaped. And that's what they were doing that night. They weren't even knocking, they were just coming in when he was asleep, when he was drunk, and hoping to get him before he woke up, you know what I mean, to stop the fighting. But every time they raided the house, coppers were getting took away in ambulances and he was getting carried away.
Paddy was getting a reputation as a young man who could handle himself and was offered a job working on the doors in Newcastle.
I think the first time I was on a door when I was about 16 or 17, when I just was with my dad and we called in that 69 club, and Big Billy and Paddy were running it, and my dad knew Paddy. And when he went for a drink with him, opened the club, Billy and Paddy, they just stuck me on the door, you know what I mean, that night. That was my first night on a door when I was just about 17. Billy was a big ex-professional boxer, every day, who nobody could touch in a fight, or during his period. You know, he could fight with fun. He wasn't a villain. He wasn't a bad man, he was just sort of a hard man. And he's got a lot of respect, Billy, in the North East.
Paddy, at Wheelers, gets it, you know. Nice lad, little bit of a jumpy jack and got a bit cheeky now and again, you know. But all right, you know. Well known, very well known, respected, you know. Hard man.
Another well-known face from Newcastle's club scene was Kenny Panda Anderson, who was one of the North East's criminal elite. He was a founding member of the Geordie Mafia and has a history of convictions stretching back more than 50 years. In 1969, the Krays came to Newcastle to discuss the purchase of some gaming machines. When they were asked to leave the nightclub they were in, Panda was given £2,000 to give to the Krays by the frightened club owner once he realised his mistake. Panda didn't rate them at all and put it straight into his pocket.
It wouldn't last a weekend, not a weekend. They could only fight. I'm not in my punks, I did, I met them twice and he was half looking, one he was looking like a Rod's looking at. I was going, what's the matter with you looking at you? Do you know what you're looking at? I was only 19 on my tours from home. They never bothered me at all. Freddie Foreman, different man, but he got a different style. They weren't even gangsters, man, that good people like Joy Pyle and people like that weren't actually on the film, or Freddie never on the film, but they helped them out when they were in trouble. They couldn't do nothing else. When they come to Newcastle, they were double lucky. They were double, but they were sat quiet as could be.
The Krays had plenty to fear in Newcastle. As well as the Conroys, there were two other major crime families in the city, the Sayers and the Harrisons. Both had a mafia-type reputation for blackmail, robbery and drug dealing, and both had large families who meted out violence. They all lived and fought each other on the streets of the West End. Paddy Conroy first met John Henry Sayers on the door of a nightclub called Wheelers.
No, when I was working at Wheelers, my brother Lenny asked us to try and get fucking John Sayers a job on the fucking door. I don't really know John Sayers. And I couldn't be fucked on with the door on me, but my brother Lenny fucking pestered us, so I asked if I could stick him on the door, so they said they would try him, Billy and Paddy. And I think it was the first night. I was fighting with the gates at lads, there was a few of them. And I ended up on my back and they were on top of us. They were coming in walking themselves all the time. And when I was doing on my back with them on top of us, the doorman come up and he says, "How are lads, 1-on-1. You know, I'm on my back fighting with them, getting me fucking head punched in. And that's all, that was his help. How are lads, 1-on-1. And that was his finish after that, like. He was gone a week later. Not for anything other than he was shit as a fucking doorman.
Slowly the violence escalated. One night the Conroys' other rivals, the Harrisons, petrol bombed a local house while a young girl and a child were inside. For Paddy this was a step too far.
But the fire engines have come through it and shot up the street next to the pub. Two of them with their lights flashing and sirens going. Well, that's where we lived in them 3 streets. So I says to him, "Get out, let's see where them fire engines has gone, just to make sure, because it's one of those." So he had to walk with the pub along to the street, and he come back and he says, "House is on fire, kid's bedroom, and the horrors have just put a petrol bomb through it. Little girl's been on." But apart from that, they'd put the fire out and everybody was all right. But the horrors had done it. And in Moore area, there'd always been rules, unwritten rules, like you didn't do them sort of strokes, petrol bomb people's houses, from old. So I went berserk. You know, they shouldn't be doing it. So I thought, right, I'll catch them, or next time I see them, I'm going to fucking pull them.
The Harrisons and the Conroys eventually agreed to meet and have a straightener. A one-on-one fight between family members to settle the bad blood.
They wanted to arrange a fight, a proper fight, the way you do. So I said, "They come to see me then." So I said, "No bother." The father did. But they wanted to fight one of my nephews and my brother. So we arranged a fight between one of my nephews and one of their lot, and my brother with one of their lot, just to keep it right. But and it was supposed to be just me and the dad there when the fight was happening. But what had happened was my brother kind of fucking fight, and they're both the best fighter to fight him, you know what I mean? He's never had a fight in his fucking my life all. He's not known for being a fighter. He's not like the rest of it. So he got chinned. He got put on his back, to be honest. But he's fighting a big young fella, you know what I mean? He's a lot older than him. But you can't do to put it like. But when he was doing, he started kicking him, this fella. And I heard, well, then he said, "I've had enough." So I thought, right, I'll stop now. And he didn't. He booted him again. And he said, "I've had enough." And I heard him say he'd had enough a few times. I couldn't help myself. But it's got in. So I've done him. But there was a load of them hid behind the bushes anyway. It wasn't just the dad there. They had about 5 hid behind the bushes, and they come out, and I got hit with bricks and got stuck into them. Like, I made them run away, but they wounded us with bricks and that before they got away. Run off. That's what happened with the horrors. And then after, well, you know, it led on to fucking all that shit.
Well, the Conroys are known all over, aren't they? You know, they've got a name like the Harrisons, the Sears, they've all got where it, ooh, you know, people get a bit worried, you know what I mean? But I thought, like I say, I think people who can handle themselves respect other people that can't handle themselves. I mean, it's not that would put any of the other ones down. It's just to be like it. If I was a hard man and I went to meet another hard man, we would get on straight away. That's just the way it is, you know. The proper man is somebody saying, "Yeah, come on, I'll fight you." You know what I mean? And stand toe to toe. And when it's finished, shake hands. You know, that's what I've always done. I've always picked people up, you know, and made sure they're all right. Didn't hold a grudge or nothing, you know. And I don't think there's many people held a grudge against me because it's always been their fault mainly.
This is the just off Westmoreland Road in the west end of Newcastle, which the Conroy family, Lenny Conroy, Paddy's father, and Paddy and his brothers controlled for since the 1960s really, and their name still commands respect in these areas.
The violence between the Conroys and the Harrisons got worse, with both sides having to wear body armour and carry guns when they left their homes. One night the Harrisons ambushed one of the Conroy firm, Michael the Bull Bullock.
as I was running up the estate, I had dress shoes on, I could hardly run. I shouted at a young lad called Robert to get his front door open, get your door open, because we've got security doors there. They're all chasing us, had all sorts of weapons. And I remember going through his gate, and that's when I got a samurai sword across the back of my neck. And as I've turned around, I got it stuck through my lungs, and I grabbed onto the sword. And luckily, they didn't come through the fence, they were over the fence, punching us in the face and that. And then Robert Lee's mum, Margie Allport, opened our door. When I heard the door open, I was fortunate to get there because I was pinned to the ground. I was fortunate to pull the sword out. I staggered in and collapsed, and she slammed the door shut, and they couldn't get in. And then they were off. They got us an ambulance. I tried to throw a lass out the ambulance because I thought I was dying. I couldn't breathe. But fortunately, I survived. This is because I was a bit overweight at the time. It was 1/4 of an inch from my heart, the blade of the sword.
Not only were the Conroys at war with other gangs, they were also taking on the police. On the 19th of July 1988, Paddy Conroy and 3 friends got into a scuffle in the centre of Newcastle. They sped off in their car and were chased home by the police. The resulting struggle in front of his Northbourne Road home turned violent, and Paddy was beaten unconscious and arrested. The scene was witnessed by all of his neighbours.
They'd hit me over the head with a truncheon before I got near them, so I just thought, fuck this. I ended up chinning the 2 of them. Then my van load of them pulled up. And they just fucking kicked fuck out of us. Unconscious, kicked us unconscious. Dragged us away. And when I got to the police station next morning, they said I'd injured one of them on the head with my phone, mobile phone. I hadn't, like. It was my next door neighbour done that. And they said they planted a knife on us. Saying there was a knife in my pocket when they lifted us off the ground. But I didn't have a knife on us.
That night, over 70 people attacked West End Police Station with bricks, bottles and thunder flashes. Police cars were overturned and set alight, and the area became a no-go zone.
When the police attacked Paddy, 2 of the police officers had him handcuffed lying on the floor, and he was arrested. But then a policewoman walked over to him when all the police came, and she booted him. And when he moved with the pain, that's when they all attacked him. Now, the neighbours were there watching it. You're talking about the street were all watching and kicking off. And they got the dogs out to try and get people to get in the houses, but we all had little porches, so they refused to. In the scene, what had happened, the police attacking him. So that's why the neighbours were up in uproar, and that's why so many people wanted to go on the march, because they knew it was wrong.
Conroy was eventually sentenced to 6 years, sparking a rash of protests and even a Justice for Paddy Conroy campaign. Michael Bullock, Paddy's closest friend, climbed the Tyne Bridge in the centre of Newcastle to protest. The city was in uproar.
I climbed up on the bridge, and another lad called Joe climbed up. He could only get up to the first rung because of all the burglar grease. I got up to the top. After an hour, the police come on. He says, "All right, Mr. Bullock, you've had your protest." Chief Superintendent Swift, I was like, fuck off, you know what I mean? So he asked Paddy's brother Billy to get us down. Billy refused, so they arrested him for drunk disorderly. It was 10 o'clock in the morning.
After the protests, tragedy soon struck both Bullock and the Conroys. The Bull and Paddy's brother Neil were doing some door and security work for a man called Harry Perry at the Green Tree pub. Rather than pay them wages, Perry gave them a gun. It was a fatal mistake.
Neil wasn't even going to go out that night, but we went up there to see if we were getting paid, and he offered me a gun. So we went upstairs, got the gun. I thought we'd unloaded it. Unfortunately, we hadn't. There was a bullet still left in. And Neil was carrying on, and he pointed it. I went, "Whoa, Nito." He went, "Chairman," and then I grabbed the gun. And when I grabbed the gun, unfortunately, it went off and it resulted in Neil dying.
Did you say where he was shot? What happened after he was shot?
When he was shot, he was shot. He took a head wound. He was shot in the head. The next thing, Harry Perry come running in because he'd been in a different room. We were in an empty bar upstairs. So I was just screaming and shouting, "Get an ambulance, get an ambulance." I was cuddling Neil. I was trying to give Neil resuscitation and everything. And Perry just kept shouting, "Where's the gun?" So I went, "There's the fucking gun." And I threw it at him. I was shouting, "Get an ambulance." And the next thing I knew, it was as if I was in the Twilight world, because all of a sudden the firemen come through the doors and they picked me off them and pulled me away, and then they were trying to resuscitate Neil, and then the police and everyone was there. And then they took Neil away and they took me to the police station, but I refused to speak to the police. I wanted to speak to Paddy. So they then brought Paddy to see us, and my head was just gone.
So when I gets in to the police station, they took us into like a cell with a table, one of them interview type rooms, but it was a prison cell. And he was lying on a table pole, so stretched out across the table. He was down there and he couldn't even lift his head up. The cop was sitting facing him, and I just looked at him, I just says, "Just tell us one thing." And when he looked up, I went, "Was it an accident?" He went, I said, "That'll do, keep your fucking mouth shut." So I was more worried in case he got nicked for the gun now, bull. Because there's a gun involved, you know what I mean? He's gone to jail for that. Or he's gone to jail for it. It's just a fucking accident. I don't know exactly what's happened yet, but it's an accident.
Neil's death just done my head in. It just changed my life. I just couldn't comprehend it. We've been friends for a long time. We've done everything together. It just devastated us. I've never recovered from it. It's just something that I wish I could turn back time. I wish, a lot of things different, but just totally devastation.
The West End became a war zone, and as the gang violence escalated, all the rules about not targeting private homes and family members went out of the window. One day, the Harrisons turned up at Paddy's house.
But they've got guns, and then one of them's let one of their shotguns gone out it must have been out the window, out the other side of the passenger window. But it was at my front door. So I took a dive when the shot went off, obviously, to get behind my motor. And after I got behind my motor, I waited 2 seconds and I took a dive for the front door, and I slammed the front door behind us and got behind the brickwork. And that's when bullets started coming through the front door. So I waited till it stopped for a couple of shots. So I give it about 10 seconds. Then I see my daughter along the end of the passage in the kitchen, so I had to take a fucking run along the passage just to get the... Well, that's what getting all the kids in from the backyard when all the shots were going off. So I had to run along the passage then to get my daughter out the way of the firing line. And before I got to the end, I was shot in the back. I thought I was. And I ended up on the fucking floor, I'll tell you. I kept the bullet for a long time. She got rid of it when I was in prison. But what it had done was it had hit above the door, you know, the big concrete lintel. And it had ricocheted through the glass above the door. And then hit us on the back. So it was like getting hit with a catapult, really, with a big lead bullet, you know what I mean? Every day there was shootings in the area, so every time you went out in your car, you were expecting to get shot at, you know, because it was that rife at the time. Even though there was 22 shootings, I mentioned in my court case, that was 22 that got reported. There was a lot more than 22 shootings over that time. But just not like that had happened in Newcastle before, I don't think, and they didn't know what to do with it themselves. They just had to sit and monitor it and pick the pieces up when it was finished. That's the way I viewed it.
Word reached Paddy Conroy that the Harrisons had desecrated the graves of his father and brother. As far as he was concerned, somebody would now have to pay.
My dad's grave got desecrated, smashed the gravestone up and whatnot. It was obvious it was him, but we couldn't prove it, obviously. But then someone, Davy Glover, who was keep trying to get us involved with his battle with the Harras at that time, and we wouldn't get involved with him, but didn't want nothing to do with him. He kept coming to us saying, Billy Collier done the grave, Billy Collier done the grave. Because he's my wife's nephew, so I kind of sort of keep him away from us. I didn't have nothing to do with him though, at that time. So I listened to him, but I didn't take any notice of him because he's got a personal battle going with him. And then what he had told us, where Collier had been boasting about it, doing the gravestone in the Blue Man pub, somebody else who was in the pub that night come and tell us exactly the same, who I did trust. And they tell us exactly the same as Glover, that they'd been planning to dig the body up next.
According to rumours on the streets at the time, a friend of the Harrisons, Billy Collier, was offered £5,000 to dig up the body of Paddy's father, cut off his head and throw it through Paddy's front window.
He was going to get paid, or they'd offer him the money to dig the grave up. So I went, right, that's all I want to know.
Billy Collier was then taken to a friend's apartment by David Glover, tied up and tortured.
As soon as I went in, I didn't think they'd harmed him. They'd tied his hands up. I thought, you fucking idiot, I shouldn't have done that to myself, you know. I'm making it more serious than what it is. The police aren't even getting involved as far as I'm concerned this day. He's had it beaten, he's admitted everything, and that's it. Why is the police going to get involved? There was no dangers. But when I seen the ropes on his hand, I thought, oh. But anyway, he just went, Paddy, I'll tell you anything, I'll tell you anything, as I walked into the flat. And I didn't think he knew I'd been tortured or anything. I just thought they tied his hands up or something while I'd been gone. So I said, I know you will, son. It was like that, I was all with him then. But I was a bit thingy with myself with them wrapping them up, you know what I mean? And that's when one of them that was there leant over and said, I pulled three of his teeth out. And he fucking shit myself. I didn't know what to do, to be honest. I thought, you've what? I've looked at him. He just spoke to me. I couldn't see any of his teeth missing, but he's a smackhead and lots of them are black, you know what I mean? And he's not speaking now, so I kind of look at his teeth. I was in a bit of a shock, really. So I knew my brother-in-law, who lived in the next block. He was safe, he wasn't a criminal and out. That's just says to one of them that was there, still there. Can fucking get my brother-in-law for 2 seconds. And when my brother-in-law come along, I said to the one who said to us, he'd pulled his teeth out, come outside you. I got him in my vehicle. He sat next to her, I went, what you fucking done? He knew I was going mad then. And he looked at us, he went, I just put the pliers on his teeth and it crumbled. I went, no! And then just as he says that, I turns around and there's the fucking police car pulling at the end of the car park. That end up chasing me and whatnot. PC 1113 Noble.
Although Paddy hadn't taken part in the torture of Collier, both he and David Glover were eventually arrested, charged and remanded in custody to await trial. But en route to a court appearance, they arranged for an escape from the prison van.
So after we gets on the bus and we leave the prison, we sees the lads on the motorway. They picks us up as soon as we get out of the prison. Our plan was we were just going to pop the window and jump out the window straight into the vehicles on the motorway near the prison because there was roadworks there. They only wear a few daft screws, they're not going to fucking stop you, are they? And that was our plan. There wasn't any guns or any great escape, and I wasn't going. That was the final decision on that day. I wasn't going, he was going on his own. But like I say, we got cuffed to 2 screws, so that was the plan out the fucking window. We were supposed to escape as soon as we got outside the prison, within a half a mile. When the lads who's watching for the minibus sees we're cuffed to 2 screws, they didn't know what to do. Then we're getting past the roadworks, where we were supposed to be jumping out the van window. And, you know, it's another 20 odd mile in Newcastle. So they just didn't know what to do, so they just followed the bus. And as we were going to Newcastle, I could see them driving past the thing and they looked at us on the bus thinking what they would do. And I was trying not to fucking look at them because the screws sat there. And then David Glover, who sat in the seat in front of us, turns around as these were passing, he's gone, you know what I mean? I thought, fucking shut up, you fucking loon, to myself. And he just turned around, Glover then, back in his seat, and then he just stood up. He went, stop that fucking bus, we've got help. And he just let no one pull the handbrake on. Because he was in the front seat, sort of, behind the driver. And we were doing about 60 miles an hour along the motorway when he pulled the handbrake on. And the bus just went into a, I don't know what never turned over, to be honest. We just went into a spin, like that, without tipping over. And we just ended up, bump, landed in the fucking, where you pulling at the sides? The
hard shoulder.
Not at the hard shoulder, proper parking thing. Parking bit, aye, but we were pointing the wrong way up the motorway. That's where we ended up. It stopped like that, off the motorway. And then the 2 cars that were behind me just pulled up.
Paddy went on the run to France and then on to Spain before being arrested and brought back to England under heavy security.
put us on a plane to Newcastle. When it gets on the plane to Newcastle, we look through the window, the tarmac is surrounded with machine-gunned cops. Everybody's thinking, what the fuck's that for? It was for me. I'd never seen machine guns in my life, but then they had the plane surrounded on the tarmac. It was as if I was a terrorist. We flew to Newcastle. We landed at Newcastle airport. I was in the back of a van, left the girls off the plane, went to drive us back to Newcastle. And I looked out the back of the van when we were driving back down to the town, and the army escorting us, Land Rovers escorting us from the Newcastle airport down to the police station. And I looked, and I nearly shit myself. I'd seen the army fucking escorting us. And Dudley, the copper who had arrested us, was sat facing us. And I just looked at him, you're fucking kidding, aren't you? I said, a fucking taxi would have done. And he just saw the price he'd done.
Conroy was sentenced to 11.5 years and locked up again as a high-risk Cat A prisoner. But even inside, the wars continued. In 1996 in Whitemore Prison, Conroy and Sayers clashed violently.
So, when I get into the holding room, he was in the toilet. So I just had to walk into the toilet, just to pull him. And he was waiting for us. He fucking landed one right on me fucking chin. Whack! Knocked us off me fucking feet just about. Didn't expect it, like. And I hit the fucking wall. I remember hitting the wall after he's hit us. And I thought I was flying at first, I didn't know where I was. But I got my feet in and I realised I've hit the wall and my feet's on the ground, but it was slippy, the toilet floor. So I slipped on my arse then. I've landed on my arse and he was on top of us. But I just fucking grabbed him. I was up in half a second. I just punched his fucking head in, to be honest.
And there was more to come. After their release, John Sayers had his revenge on Conroy on the streets of Newcastle.
This is the scene of the infamous Sayers-Conroy battle, and over the road there, just outside the post office, Paddy's car was blocked in by members of the Sayers gang. He got out of his car to confront them. There was I can only describe it as a brawl between Paddy and a number of men, and when he was laying on the floor after being kicked, he was slashed with a craft knife across his face, and the police arrived and Paddy was arrested.
I jumped out the fucking car and I went straight for him. Come here, you. And he just fucking shit himself and got out that car and he'd fucking run. And he wouldn't come back. I went, come here. And he wouldn't come fucking back until all his mates had get into their cars and gather. And once I was surrounded with his mates, that's when he come fucking back. But anyway, I was poorly that day anyway. So he come back. So we're just sort of in the middle of the main road, Westgate Hill, outside the post office. So we're going to, obviously, it's fight starting. And he managed to get in and punch us a couple of times in and out. I was trying to watch all these fucking lads behind us as well. There's about fucking 12 of them. And he punched us twice in the lips and out, and on the chin, but he hadn't hurt us at all. And I had to give me head a fucking shake, to be honest, and say, what the fuck's going on here, to myself. And I went, oh, you fucking stoned, you useless cunt. I just realised in myself I just had a joint for the fight. So I just took my time, and I thought, right, just get him in and just fucking take him down. And I did. I just sort of went something mad like that. I just went, and they must have thought he went crazy, him. And he, as I done that, he jumped in, and I just thought, come here, cunt. And I just took him down on the floor and wrapped him up. I was just about to give him it, really, and that's when they all jumped on us. But John says he couldn't fight to save his life. He's a big girl's blows. He's one of them who just guns into the ball as soon as he's in trouble. He's not a man at all.
Despite the bad blood between them and CCTV footage clearly showing the attack on Conroy, Paddy refused to help the police or give any evidence against the Sayers.
I got kicked in the head and I got slashed off one of them, Michael Sayers. He come through with a cut throat. It was like a jail one, you know, the craft knives. And I remember as I was getting kicked, he just come on top of us. I was on my back on the ground, and he sort of stuck it in there, this craft knife, and I just grabbed him as it went in, just there. I didn't have the strength really to pull it away, so I just twisted my hand. like that. And as I twisted it, that's when he pulled it. That's how I only ended up getting like a thin cut across the top of my face. I'd sort of pulled it like that, and it's just as he was cutting us. And I was a bit concussious then. I think I was a bit concussious. I remember getting up and down into a shop, and blood was pouring all over the shop counter. And then my pal got us to hospital.
Another man who became involved in a dispute with the Conroy firm was Brian Cockrell, who allegedly stole from one of their associates. Cockrell and his partner Lee Duffy made their living robbing drug dealers. They called it taxing.
We got into it because the drug dealers was, in them days, in the late 80s, early 90s, people used to sell the cannabis. And the cannabis was like £3,600 a key in them days. And there'd be maybe 10 big dealers in every town. So they'd get the gear in, we'd find out where they were, kick the doors in, take it off them, and make a fortune off it in them days. Nobody run to the police like they do now, and that's how we made our money. But Lee got stabbed to death through it. And then I got another tax partner. It was Mark Holmes, a better known as Speedy. He was shot to death through it. And then there's been about another 20 people over the last 28 years I've been doing it. They've been shot to death or stabbed to death, so I've been quite lucky to be still here today. These are the type of streets where me and Lee would tax places like this, you know, council estates, no disrespect to people who live in council estates, but they'd have a little house like this, and we'd go say, just for this house, just for talking sick there. I'd have one at the back door and one at the front, and you'd go to the door, and they wouldn't answer the door, and you'd have to kick the door in, but sometimes they'd run out the back. So you'd have somebody who could run with you, and you'd have somebody who could drive. And we used to take the cars off them, not just the money, and we'd take the jewellery, because when people buy drugs, they might pawn the chains in and something like that. We'd get a load of gold, we'd take cars off them, and the car would just break down. We'd just fucking leave it in the street and go on and get another car for someone else. And I remember Lee getting in a convertible one day, and he opened the roof up, and the roof just fucking blew off. We were going about 70 miles an hour down the road, and oh, fuck it, we'll get another one, he said.
Plenty of people threatened to kill Cockrell, but they did so at their own risk.
Yeah, there was a lad, he was from Redcar. He was telling everyone he was going to have me killed, the one with the bowling ball, and he put spikes in everything and drill bits. And anyway, we got him, he put it above the door in his house, and he thought, when Brian Cockrell comes in here, I'll pull this rope and I'll let him on the head and kill him. So we seen him, and it was pouring down. It was, I think it was about a Wednesday, and we seen him in the street. We grabbed him, put him in the car, allegedly. Took him, put him in a boat, put a bag on his head, and tie wraps on his feet and his legs. And I took him down the Gare, which is near Redcar, and allegedly kicked him in the sea.
Eventually, Cockrell's taxing of drug dealers caught up with him when he was set up and ambushed.
Walked in, about 12 lads, smashed me over the head with a hammer, stabbed me in the back, put a gun to my head. I dropped a few of them, thrown them about the house. I was about 24 stone at the time, so they couldn't put me down. Fight went on for about 10 minutes. The boxing lad was in the kitchen, jaw was broken, he shot and break his jaw. They hit me with hot bread bins. One hit me with it was like a sock made of leather, full of marbles, hit me in the face, it popped my eye. Didn't bust, but it felt like it bust. Stabbed me, I had 176 stitches. I was 2 pints of blood. They battered me with baseball bats and hammers and stabbed me, and I finally went down in the end. They never broke a bone in my body. I was still trying to get back up and fighting them back, but they left me for dead. They said that would be the end of him. They took me to hospital. The hospital said, if you weren't so big, the muscle tissue saved you from the skeleton tissue from being broke. You'd probably be a dead man.
Paddy Conroy was arrested for the attack on Cockrell, but never charged. Viv Graham was another hard man on the doors in Newcastle. Like Paddy Conroy and Brian Cockrell, he too was trying to stop hard drugs coming into the city's clubs, but it would prove to be his undoing.
Well, he didn't like drugs. you wouldn't have drugs sold in the pubs that I used to work at, other clubs.
But didn't you ever pull him and speak to him?
Yeah, I used to speak to him. I used to say, you're getting too much involved and you want to calm down a bit, you know what I mean?
What did he think?
He went everything as he used to do, he just used to smile, you know what I mean? I'm okay, man, you know what I mean?
He weren't worried about it?
No, he wasn't worried about it, you know. But I used to tell him, I used to say, you want to watch what you're doing, you know?
On New Year's Eve 1993, Viv Graham was shot dead outside the Anchor pub in the city centre. He was 34 years old.
Two men waited for him to come out of a pub and they shouted out, "Happy New Year, Viv," and as he turned around, they shot him 3 times with a Magnum. One of the wounds was described by a doctor as, it could have been done by a cannon shell. It made a hole the size of a watermelon in his groin. And unsurprisingly, Viv bled to death. He died that night in the hospital. And his murder remains unsolved. It's one of the big mysteries on Tyneside.
He was naive, with Viv was the most naive geezer I have ever met in my life. I don't know how he lasted so long. I really don't know how somebody didn't shoot him before that. Because he was a bully.
There are various theories in Newcastle as to why he was murdered. Although some people believe that he was involved in selling drugs, the majority firmly believe he was trying to stop them.
Are you saying Viv Graham is involved in drugs?
Oh, aye. Oh, no danger, no danger. But he never sold them, he just knew who it was. I mean, not amongst good people, or people who would stick with us, but that's all he ever done. He used to take a lot as well. But he had a canny few quid, but he gambled. He said like 500 quid, grand on horses, like regular. And he didn't drink that much. But he certainly was into drugs. He just took his whack, didn't he? Off the right people.
So he was taxing drug dealers?
Oh, aye. Well, aye, of course he was.
And do you think they'll ever solve that murder?
No. No chance. No chance.
In a terrible irony, Viv Graham's eldest son, Dean, died of a drugs overdose. His youngest son, Viv Jr., agreed to meet me and take me to their graves.
So, how do you feel coming back here, Viv, to where your father's buried and your brother?
Yeah, it just brings back memories, really. It's not somewhere where I come often, maybe it's once a year.
Why don't you feel like coming back? Is it
just too many memories, and if I had them both here, my dad and my brother, time would have been different.
And have you heard over the years why he may have been murdered?
I've heard different stories, because he was stopping drugs, because he was supposedly selling drugs.
And why do you think it was? Stopping drugs or selling them?
I would like to believe that it was stopping them, because they've ruined our family. Drugs, losing my brother. I want to believe that it is that.
Newcastle still bears the scars from over 50 years of gang warfare, but the Geordie old school criminal elite are now in their twilight years. They're being replaced by younger, more ruthless villains whose only governor is the gun. armed robberies committed in the 80s funded the avalanche of drugs that later hit Britain and changed society forever. The Brinks Mat job, the Security Express depot and the Bank of America robbery. They are names etched in criminal history. But who are the men who carry out these type of spectacular heists? How do they do them and what makes them tick? In this episode, I meet a few of them to hear the inside stories on some of the most notorious jobs of the past few decades. One of the most violent and notorious armed robberies ever carried out in Britain took place at a nightclub in Ilford, Essex back in 1988. It was carried out by a man who was feared and respected in equal measure. His name is Vic Dark.
It's hard to explain. It's excitement, and you're a genuine junkie. You sort of like you live on the excitement of it all. You believe in your own, like carrying a 38 underneath your arm. You believe in your own gangster sort of untouchable. You're in this shell and you think you're untouchable. You know, you really do think you're untouchable.
After a string of armed robberies across Essex and the southeast, Dark and an accomplice set out to rob the Penthouse nightclub in Ilford in September 1988. It was supposed to be an easy job. Go in, grab the cash from the night's takings and leave quickly. What happened has gone down in the pages of criminal history.
So what happened that night in Ilford?
I'm bored out of my head. Said there's about 25,000 or 30,000, which was quite a lot of money at the time. They said all you got to do is walk in and wrap a couple of people up. We've got people in there, let you in the back door. I said no problem. So I went up there, all rucksacked up, because as you go up in the lift, you'd be met by doormen. And obviously I went up with a rucksack on my back, with my clothes in. I was put in a room, and the fella said he was going to let me out with three knocks. And obviously he let me out, it was a Caribbean dude. And he let me out, it was about 120, probably, I think it's 140 people was in the club when I come out, which was supposed to be 3 people. And it just turned into mayhem. I was chinning people left, right, centre. As I was laying them all down, they thought it was a joke. You know, obviously I've got a balaclava on, and I'm saying to this big, tall, black kid, I'm going, get on the floor, and he's looking at me like that. I went, get on the floor, and obviously I went bang. And all of a sudden in the statements he says, I see Omar suddenly hit the floor, you know, and then obviously they realised it was real. You know, and I started, obviously, well done martial arts. I run and kicked some geezer in the chest, and he flew back, and then I just said to my mate, just rip the phones out. As I walked out, the first thing I see is a bow tie, so I hit him with an elbow, he went straight down. And then walked onto the dance floor, and then obviously the geezer with me decided to shout my first name out. Well, I thought he was ripping out the funds. Obviously, as I went like that, the geezer grabbed the gun. And,
who grabbed the gun then?
The nightclub owner.
Oh, the manager?
Yeah, so it was, I can't really say it was me or it was him, but he got shot. So,
where was he shot?
Apparently went through his thumb, one through his arm, one in his stomach. So, but it wasn't intentionally. It wasn't like weren't done like blatantly to hurt him.
Just in the struggle.
In the struggle, what happened? Yeah.
Dark's accomplice was also shot in the melee, and hearing the sirens of the first police vehicles arriving, he decided it was time for them to leave. And so he carried his partner down the stairs to the street.
As I walked out, I was carrying him, and I had him across my shoulder. So as I'm walking, I think, oh, we got away with this. And all of a sudden, obviously, police cars, they go, that's them over there. So I picked the gun up, and they all sort of all backed off. And the cars were safe from me to say, back there. And I just said to them all back, or shouting out, go back. So all the police cars reversed back. And then as they were reversing back, I went round the corner to get into the car, and then obviously a police car pulled up in front of me, and I went to take the policeman out of the car, and as I went, I looked up, and all the police cars were there, so I thought I've got no option, so I put him back in the police car, put my mate in the police car and that was off. So I went through Ilford about 100 miles an hour. Sirens going. So I just said to the copper, I'll put a gun in his neck and said, look.
Is the policeman driving you?
Yeah, best rally driver I've ever had.
Doesn't work there, does he?
No, but he was a fucking good driver too. He wasn't. I was serious. I ain't joking. He was fucking motoring through 7. He was going through red traffic lights. We went over roundabouts. Obviously, I'm surprised that he was like. So, anyways, so.
What was you saying to the policeman?
I just put a gun in his neck. And I said to him, "Tell him to back off." So, obviously, I could still the sirens. It was going 100 miles an hour, and all of a sudden, there was a big bang. And it just missed his head and it blew the window out.
But the gun went off?
Yeah, it went off and blew the window. Not intentionally, blew the window out. So he really thinks that I've done it for purpose. So obviously now he's turned into a super. He's like Lewis Hamilton.
Eventually they were able to get some distance between themselves and the police chasing them, and they pulled up in a residential street to change getaway cars.
I went to the front door and this Irishman comes to the door.
But you just went to random house and banged the door?
Yeah, so I put the gun in the back of the policeman's back. I said, tell him you want his car. So the policeman was saying to the Irishman, I want your car. And being a typical Irishman, he was going, what are you talking about? What do you want my car for? And I went, just give him the fucking car. Anyway, so he went and got his keys, come back out. So as he's looked, and the copper, instead of going, sort of taking the keys, I had 2 guns. So he went to give me the keys. Well, I can't take 2 handguns, 2 .38s. I was like that. Sort of like that, the 2 .38s. And he's looked at me, the Irishman, I've looked at him, and I realised he's only got his underpants on, which was quite funny, right? So I said, you're coming and all, mate. So the Irishman said, who, me? I went, yeah, you, come. I grabbed him. He had a vest on and his underpants, poor bastard. So I've got a policeman, an Irishman, a shop man and myself. Then we're off again. So all of a sudden, he's going left, right, and I didn't know where I was. So the person with me is going, Vic, I've been shot. I told him to shut up. So then he's going like that with his fingers. So we're doing about 80 miles an hour and we decide we hit a wall. So the car was like smashed up like that. So he jumped out, the policeman. I looked at him and went, go fuck off, because I don't need it no more. I see a couple of police cars in front of me, sort of all come up, load of police cars. So I looked round like that, and I thought, oh, fuck it, I'll take another police car. You could see in the depositions, I ain't bullshitting, so I started running like that. And I could see all the coppers' faces looking in the police cars. They was all looking at me like that, and they was going, this geezer's run at me with 2 handguns. Obviously, I was like that, and I went, shot at them, and they fucking went, they started going everywhere then, so I couldn't catch the police cars. So I turned round, went back, and I shouldn't make a joke of it, it was a Chinaman. And it was like what he called Chinese takeaway, so. So anyway, so I walked up, put the gun to the Chinaman's head, I said, get in. And there's a bird, right? His bird's going, I want to come. I went, fuck off, you ain't getting in the car. So I get hold of him, throws him in the car. It was like saying, it was fucking mad. So the bird's, I've got my foot, and I'm pushing this fucking bird out, trying to get in the car. She's trying to get in the car. I've took her old man hostage, and she's trying to get in the car with me. So I'm getting my foot and pushing her out the fucking car, because I don't want to take her hostage. Anyway, so the geezer with her chucks him in the back. He gets to the safe house. So I froze him. So what I've done, I remember throwing the door open like that, because obviously all the cars were behind us. I didn't want to know where he got out. So also I stopped. He ran into an house, which was a safe house. And I just kept on going. And then after that, kept throwing the door open, kept throwing the door open, kept throwing the door. And then I realised it was like a big snake. Like it was I must have picked up about 10, 15 police cars, maybe more. And I knew it's a matter of time before I'm going to walk into a roadblock, and obviously they're going to try and iron me out. So I ain't stupid. And so I thought, so what do I do next?
Dark eventually took refuge in an open field, where he hoped he could lie undetected until things quietened down. But freezing cold and wet, with hypothermia setting in, he was unable to remain hidden any longer, and so he made a run for it across the field and was arrested. And there the events of the day should have ended, but they didn't.
I'll get Nick, take me back to the police station, so I thought, fuck it, I'm going to get out of this, I ain't going to stay here. So they moved me quick in a van. So I get charged, go to court, put in a prison van, like a protective van, and it had a big net on it. And at the time it was a racket cover, and I thought, how the fuck can I get this off? And I just went like that. I'd done it. At the time I was a lot stronger than I was now. And I went like that, and it went ting. I couldn't believe it, just fell through. But now I've got the metal side of the van. I've got 2 years for this, 2 years concurrent. I was sitting there like that, and I've waited, and the 3 coppers in the front, and I didn't realise they had police cars behind me. And I jumped up, ripped the side of the van off. I've got the paperwork there, you can see it, I ain't lying. So I ripped the side of the van off, and they couldn't believe it. The coppers sort of looked round like that, and I fucking ripped the side of the van off. I don't even done it. I just ripped the side of the van off, and where I'd done martial arts, there was about a window like that. I kicked that out, that went out. So I thought, fuck it. So, but the only problem, where it was small, I tried to get through like that. So I got halfway out, and his coppers ran up, jumped out. So I grabbed him with one arm around the neck, and he's screaming, and the other one, I grabbed him by the uniform, and as they were scram, they started pulling me out of the van. All of a sudden I went, you move, I'll blow your fucking head off. Obviously, like, I didn't know, they put a big gun in my head like that. I went, ah! So the dirty bastards fed me back through the van, right? Fucking put me down. I ended up in the West End Central police station. Then that was it. I was straight double A cat, and I looked like a canary for the next 10 years.
After 19 years inside as a high-risk double cat A inmate, Vic Dark was eventually released and met at the prison gates by his brother.
And I remember sitting there, and I was in the reception, and I went, and I didn't want to ask the screws because I kept going, you know, I'm thinking to myself, he's going to be, and all of a sudden I heard the screw walk and go, fucking hell, you see that big Bentley turn up outside, the Bentley Vazoo, and I knew it was my brother's, and I thought, yes. So I walked outside, got a big bottle of champagne, give it all that, yeah, you know what I mean, one of those ones. You see them all looking out the window going, you flash cunt, you know what I mean, but what a nice way to come out, you know. And talk about rubbing it in their faces, you know. But I remember the screw walking and going, fucking great big Bentley out there, convertible, I ain't never seen nothing like it. And it was my brother, wasn't it? I thought, well, yeah, I've arrived, you know.
The upsurge in armed robberies was not just in the capital. Villains from across Britain were prepared to travel the length and breadth of the country to hit the most lucrative targets. In 1991, Glaswegians Mick Healy and Ian MacDonald conspired to rob the NatWest Bank in Torquay.
I put a 6-man gang together who I believed would have the hold to make this successful. And while I was there, I was actually a cleaner, took a job as a cleaner.
In the bank?
So I was in the bank, yeah.
Okay, so what did you do then?
Well, what I did is I was monitoring the bank for about 2 months or something until I got the feel of what was going down, the deliveries to the bank, and it was Brink's Mat. And on a Thursday they would come there, 3 in the street, and take in 18 bags. So while I was in the bank, I'd realised there was a bank vault and a bank vault on top, and I'd realised it was actually a storage bank. So I knew we were talking millions of pounds. And when I was a cleaner in the bank, I used to go up on top of it, and it was all bonds worth millions of pounds, but they'd all been cash, so I knew this is really, really big.
Okay, so you got your team together, and
Yeah.
who did that include?
My brother, Jim Healy, Blink McDonald, Mickey Carroll, Rob Harper, and Thomas Garrigan.
Blink MacDonald was involved in crime from an early age and was a member of the Standing Knife gang with Paul Ferris. He got his nickname because his enemies said that he would shoot you in the blink of an eye.
The time I'd reached 30, I'd had a pub up in Springburn with the missus at the time, and Mick Keeley was on the run for the neck, and he came up to the pub, and he offered us, did I want to be in the team that was going to carry out a robbery in Torquay. It was Mick's, it was £6 million, and it didn't take me long to say yes. And Mick went away, then he came back. Then we all travelled down to Torquay, and my missus at the time came down with my son, and we were all staying in a caravan park and painting. We were there for 2 weeks just posing as tourists while we were eyeing up this bank.
Well, what we did is we put ourselves in a 3-mile radius of the actual bank and went about getting the getaway cars, firearms, bags for the cash, handcuffs to get certain people cuffed up, and tyres to tie them up in the bank. Because we knew it was going to take us about at least 30 minutes to hold in the bank.
Can you describe from sort of when they went into the bank?
The bank was thing we broken into during the night. So it was, because at that time in June 1991 there was no alarms or anything like that. And it was broken into during the night. And there was a hidey hole constructed at the back staircase where the vault was. And the staff came in the morning, they opened up the vault, and everybody jumped out, rounded up the bank staff.
We'd actually taken the bank manager into the bank, brought him back out again. He said he didn't have the key for the bank vault. But we'd actually got into the vault, but there was a security part that nobody knew anything about. And that had actually stopped us from getting to the cash and the security, what do you call them? The little silver boxes, deposit boxes. All them were on the left and the cash was on the right in the cages. And we were so close to it. And when we came out, I took an independent person out and asked that person to identify the person who's actually got the key of this. And that person had turned around and said, that person there, which was the person I had already in the bank vault in the beginning, which is the bank manager. So a female identified him as having the key. At that, I thought he might probably thinks we're having a joke, so I discharged the firearm. I basically told the person it's not a fucking joke.
Unable to get into the vault, the gang fled. Blink was arrested in the caravan park, but managed to escape and went on the run back up to Glasgow.
After 5 weeks, I came to this same restaurant where we were sitting just now, and my missus had came, and I came in half an hour after it, and she says to us, have you been followed? I went, don't be silly, you know what I mean? But 10 minutes later, a guy and a woman walked into this same restaurant and sat at the table next to us. And I says to her right away, I went, undercover cops. And she went, don't be silly, they're a lovely couple. So 3 hours later, the lovely couple were the first people jumped at this table here, right in top of us. And all the other diners, there was 5 guys posing as just out celebrating, thing was passed his driving test, blah, 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 load of crap. They were cops and they were all armed. And about 10, 12 cops came in the front door and I was lifted up and they're shouting, he's got a gun, and he's pulled the gun out. And I was going blue and the wee Chinese guy ran out and he must have seen it. I thought I was dying. And I thought he was going to say, look, you're going to kill the guy. And he shouted, who's paying the bill? And at that, they'd let go of my neck, and I've just put all the contents of my 3-course dinner and all my drink out free the Scottish Crime Squad. So it was one of the momentous moments in my criminal career and one of the saddest. Me putting the sick of the coppers in, getting carted away to the neck. And I get 2.5 years for the gun for being in the Chinese restaurant. And we ended up going to trial at Bristol, that collapsed. We went to the Bailey, and I get 16 years, so I was doing 18.5 years.
And how old were you then?
30.
You know, you put on a brave face, but when that cell door shuts at night and you're 27, and you're lying there looking at the ceiling, how does 31 years feel like?
Hardcore, because I haven't lived that long. I was only 27. And when I went to the prison system in England, I found out, obviously, that I was in some ways either badder or indifferent, because I found myself looking around, looking for other people doing fixed sentences between 30 years and over, and there was only 14 out of 87,000 men. So that was quite difficult. Nobody killed, nobody shot.
Well, I was just thinking there, the Crow's got 30 years, didn't
Yes. And I got
and
31.
You got 31.
I got 31.
And nobody died?
Nobody died, nobody got shot, nobody got stabbed, nobody got injured. It was just the fact it was money, and the fact it was some Glasgow politics were pulled into the trial also.
But when we get sentenced, I always remember coming out of the Old Bailey, I was handcuffed to Mick, And he just got 19 years, added on to 12 years, and he was doing 31 years. And I was still trying to cope with my 16 and the 2.5 years I'd got. And I always remember saying to Mick, Christ, you're doing longer than the train robbers. I was doing 31 years. And me and Mick were walking around Belmarsh the next day. I always remember, even though it was 20 years ago. We were walking around Belmarsh, we were in the high security unit in there. And me and Mick were walking around the yard and saying, when is this black tunnel going to end? And I can laugh now about it, but at the time it wasn't a laughing matter. But we played for high stakes and we lost, so I did.
Like Blink MacDonald, Angelo Hayman was an armed robber who'd enjoyed a lucrative career, knocking over post offices and banks in London. But in 1995 he did the big one, when he and his gang members hijacked a security van in the heart of the city, right in front of Snow Hill Police Station. The van was carrying close to 6 million.
The day of the robbery, got up at 6 o'clock in the morning, went down the City of London, picked up the stolen vehicles we was going to use first of all, went down the City of London. The whole plan was I was going to park up. When the van come, I was going to drive in front of the van, stop the van, and the other 2 people who was with me get on the van and all. I was going to hijack the van. So what happened was, the funny thing first of all was, I'm by the Old Bailey, and it's like a very big round car park there. I was parked there waiting for my time for the van to come. Then all of a sudden, this big black police car come, stuck beside me, and they was all inside the Opel looking at my car that I was in. And I think, oh shit, I'm in trouble now, ain't I? So I was scared, and I'm thinking, it may have probably 3 or 4 seconds, I had 20 thoughts going through my head. Is this right to do? Should I do it? Should I not do it? Am I going to get caught? Am I going to get away? They all come from me in seconds, but I decided, you started the job, so you've got to finish it. You can't go there, start it, and then walk away after. So no matter how scared I was, which I was scared, I carried on doing it and done the job. 10 minutes later, I drove around the front, stopped the van, got out, told the geezer I'm going to blow his head off. He opened up the van, the other 2 people got inside the van, and then they followed me to where the lockup was. We went inside the lockup, parked up the van, cut the roof off the top of it, got the stuff out we wanted, then drove off again. Tried to drive up, of course, obviously, you know what I mean? Then we drove off again to come out the City of London. And driving off out the City of London, you had the armed police, because it was the same square mile. So you had the armed police stopping you, because the IRA, I think it was. So what they done, when we got to the checkpoints, the armed police were there. There's 3 of us all got guns inside the van. But we stopped before, well, we could be in a bit of trouble. We were able to search the van, but they didn't. We went, right, could we get through, mate, with a rush? They went, yeah, come on, fellas, come through, and flushed us through. So we just drove through the old bill, went to another place to lock up, what we already done, got piss bottles and all that, so you can weigh in the bottle, take the bottle with you so you don't leave no DNA. Opened up the parcels. There was bonds, there was diamonds, loads of diamonds. There's money in tins. But you'd be surprised what they put through the post.
Angelo and the gang got away with the robbery, but a few months later they had a meeting with another East End villain called Danny Woolard. Unknown to themselves at the time, Danny's office was being bugged by the police over a separate murder investigation.
Well, what actually happened, there was a debt being picked up, and I had a fella living in my offices in yard, because we had 4 or 5 places. And he got a bit out of hand and he killed this guy. But he got rid of the body, or he done what he had to do, you see. And he was all forgotten with. It was all forgotten with, everything disposed of, the cars they was using, everything. But this fella went round nightclubs after about 6 months, bragging about it. On cocaine, you know the scene, bragging about what he'd done to this, stuck my name up as well. Well, when this robbery happened, we had all the bonds and that, in my offices, and they had the place bugged up trying to catch him for his killing. He said they caught everybody else on his bit of work, and they nicked me for the murder. But as I say, I went to court a few times, but I never said nothing, and I got out of that, but they still lumped me up for what they done and put me on Randley charge with his bonds. I got 8 and 4, like, it's unheard of, really.
Despite the sentence, both Heyman and Woolard remain unrepentant about who they are and what they've done.
Prison never reformed me at all. All it done was make me meet new people and carry on the way I was.
So the whole point is, when you come out of prison, you haven't got no money. So you got to go and get some, haven't you? Well, we ain't in politicians or nothing, we ain't a doctor. We've got to do what we know.
If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. It's all part of the life, isn't it? If you want to be a crook, it's not all good all the time. You've got to accept the good and the bad. And the bad is getting caught and going to prison. And the good is spending money, enjoying yourself, getting respect from people. So, you know, if you can't do it, don't do it.
Another man who knows all about prison time is Freddie Foreman, one of London's true criminal masterminds. At 10:30 in the morning on Easter Monday 1983, 6 masked men broke into the Security Express depot in Curtain Road in Shoreditch, East London. They tied up and blindfolded the guards and doused one in petrol to get him to reveal the combination to the main safe. After a raid that lasted about 5 hours, the gang escaped with nearly £6 million. Britain and its newspapers were stunned. Slowly but surely the gang, including Ronnie Knight, were tracked down and arrested. Brown Bread Fred, as he was known, was charged for his role in the robbery, but to this day professes his innocence.
I was charged with the robbery, but there was no evidence whatsoever, and I was charged with handling money from the robbery, which could have been money from another robbery. It was stated in the charge sheet, cash from the Security Express robbery, right? But there was no evidence that cash, what they found in my bank account, some of it was distributed in the Allied Irish Bank. They found 360 grand that had gone through the bank, but they never found nothing else. That was all the evidence there was.
Foreman was living in what he'd hoped was the relative safety of Spain when he was suddenly arrested by Spanish police and smuggled back to Britain.
They just snatched me off the street. And then when they got me to the police on 100 mile an hour, they were going 90 mile an hour down the motorway. I tried to crash the car and everything, you know, with the driver, and I was handcuffed, so I couldn't do much. And then when I got to the airport, I broke away from when they got me out of the plane, drove me straight on the tarmac underneath the plane. The plane's waiting to take off. And they haven't got a passenger on the plane, just a plain, empty plane. And when I got out and I went over the barrier back into the airport, they chased me and caught me, brought me back again, carried me up the stairs. I kicked them, got my foot on the stairs. We all went down the stairs from the top to the bottom and landed on the tarmac again. Then they got very angry with me, the Spanish police, because they got injured and they was punching me in the privates and one thing and another.
Budget Airlines, eh?
Yeah. And when they got me face down on the plane, on the floor, one very considerate male steward, come up to me and said, "Here, Mr. Foreman, have a drink of this." And he gave me a beaker of drink. I thought it was in August, it was sweltering hot, and I thought he was giving me a drink of water, and I drank it down, and then I tasted the bitterness in it. And I realised the bastard had doped me, he'd drugged me, he'd given me the knockout drug, and I don't remember much after that. I know they carried me down and the 2 Spanish coppers were sitting next to me all the way back to England, and I was still handcuffed with my hands behind my back. And that caused me, I had to have an operation on my wrist, as you see the scar there afterwards. His hands were turning black, you know, with the been laying on them all the time. And they woke me up. They had to wake me up at Heathrow and shake me and wake me up. And then I saw this Fred Cutts coming towards me. He's an ex-yard copper. He's an now, he's retired now, but he was walking towards me with a string of other coppers, and they took me off the plane in my shorts and my T-shirt, and there was a bank of photographers all around the airport, all taking photos of me, and on the news that my grandchildren was back over in Spain. They were saying there's Papa Fred there on the news, on the Spanish news, you know.
In the end, Foreman was found not guilty of the actual Security Express robbery, but guilty of handling the money from the robbery and sentenced to 9 years in jail. The millions of pounds from the Security Express job and the Brinksmat robbery later that year were used by the crime bosses to buy drugs, including ecstasy. They flooded the city's club and rave scenes. Places like Raquel's in Basildon, where I ran the doors.
When I first started working here, people used to put up with the violence, you know, like the local heroes. And I didn't think that was working, so I suggested that we dealt with them. And most of the people who initially caused trouble in here ended up exiting. That's where the dance floor was, on the second floor. And so we used to put them out through the fire exit and down onto this staircase. And they'd exit the club via the concrete staircase, usually head first through these doors out into the street.
Raquel's had a reputation for violence that was known throughout the southeast. Queues for ambulances often outstretched the nearby taxi rank.
The club was extremely violent, but it wasn't unusual for people to be knifed. A guy from Leeds come to the door one night and he was refused entry, and he pulled out a fisherman's knife. I don't know what a guy from Leeds was doing with a fisherman's knife, but he had a fisherman's knife and he started waving it about. So I pulled out, I used to have a big combat knife I used to keep in the back of my trousers. So I pulled out the combat knife and chased him. And the manager was running after me screaming, saying, "Bernie, don't do it, don't do it, don't do it." And we caught him outside the bingo all across the road, the Gala bingo. It's not funny, but, you know, it happened. And he was stabbed 2 or 3 times in the thighs, and he was cut sort of from the left side of his mouth to his right ear and left on the pavement. And people say, you know, I'm older and wiser now and it's wrong, but if you don't take, you know, if there's a guy waving a knife at you and you don't do anything, the chances are he's going to stab you. So they used to choose the way it went. They pick up a bat, we'll pick up a bat. If they pick up a knife, we'll pick up a knife. They came with guns, you know, and we had guns in the club in the ceiling, in the reception area.
Raquel's was at the heart of the Essex rave scene, which attracted dealers and the love drug ecstasy.
There was just a constant supply, because rather than just have groups of drug dealers, my partner then, Tony, came up with this idea where drug dealers would come to him. He would give them the exclusive rights to sell in the club for a fee, of course. He would supply them with their stock, so he knew there was no shit being sold in there. And it worked very well.
In November 1995, 18-year-old Leah Betts took an ecstasy pill, which had been bought by her friends at Raquel's. She died a few days later.
I knew it was going to cause us trouble. So I rung everybody up, and everybody had gone to ground, couldn't get hold of anyone. And it was all over the news. This girl had took ecstasy in the club, which was false. She didn't take it in the club. That's what they were reporting at the time. And the next thing, the police descended on me and said, "Look, the girl's alive, but we need one of these pills so the medical people can analyse it and maybe try and help her." And I didn't even think about it. I said, "I'll get you one." But my partners, Tucker, Tate and Rolf, but more so Tucker, had the ump over it because you're fucking helping the police, you're a wrong and you're, oh no, shut up. It's a fucking 18-year-old girl, do you know what I mean? So we fell out over that. And then the threat started threatening me. We're going to do this. I said, you know where I fucking live? What are you ringing me up for? If you say you're going to do it, just do it. Stop ringing me up and pestering me. And I was pulled in by the police on the 6th of December. And they said to me, look, it's called an Osmond warning where they tell you that someone's going to kill you or there's been a threat to kill you. And he said, these people, you know, we've heard they're going to do you, and obviously you know what they're like. There's a good chance that they'll carry it out. And I said, it's all fucking talk.
In the end, Tucker, Rolf and Tate were found shot dead in their Range Rover, parked up a country lane near the village of Rettendon.
Around 6 o'clock they all left home and got into this Range Rover and they headed to a pub called the Halfway House where they were going to meet the man who was going to show them the landing strip. At the Halfway House, the guy got in the back of the car with Tate. He was in the rear seat behind the passenger seat. Tucker was sitting where I'm sitting in the front passenger seat. Rolf was driving and the co-conspirator was sitting behind the driver. So they drove along the A127 to a village called Rettendon and turned down a deserted farm track. It's quite a long track and it's quite difficult to get down there. A lot of potholes and stuff. And when they reached the bottom of the track, there was a double bar gate, a 6-bar gate, sorry, which was locked. And the guy behind the driver said, I'll get the gate. And obviously it was about 7 o'clock then, pitch black. So he's opened his back door to get out. And when he's opened the door, the interior lights come on. And he's walked to the front of the car, pretending to open the gate. Them three sat in the car, not expecting anything. And there's been a gunman laying in wait in a boiler suit. He's come out of the hedge and come up to the open door at the rear of the Range Rover and shot Rolf, who was driving, behind the ear. That's put the driver out of it. When they found Rolf, his hands were still on the steering wheel and his foot was still on the brake. He hadn't even moved. He then turned the gun on Tucker and shot him in the cheek, just there. And that blew his jaw, his teeth, and all that around the left-hand side of his face. And he just slumped forward with his mobile phone in his hand. Then he turned the gun on Pat Tate, who was in the back, and he shot him in the liver, shot him in the side, because Tate was a catalyst for the murders, and it was him they wanted to speak to. So then he shot Rolf again in the back of the head. He shot Tucker again in the face. And he then turned to Tate and spoke to Tate about his bad behaviour. And Tate, I'm told, was squealing like a baby, begging him not to shoot him. So obviously the gunman didn't listen and shot Tate in the head.
How do you know all that?
Because I do.
In 1998, two men, Jack Wones and Michael Steele, were jailed for the triple murder. Their convictions were based on the confession of a police informant called Darren Nichols, who claimed that he had driven the pair to the country lane that night and picked them up after the shooting. But many people were concerned about his testimony, given the lack of evidence to back it up. John Wones has long campaigned over his brother's innocence and believes that Tucker, Rolfe and Tate were executed by the authorities.
On that night, they was definitely lured down there. They was lured down there. I mean, it wasn't a tea party they was going to. They was going to some sort of deal. And someone laid in wait for them because they went unarmed, didn't they? You know, Tate, Tucker and Rolfe, and they never went with their guns. They went everywhere with their guns, didn't they? And that's what I've learned, you know. Why did they not go down there with their guns? Who was they meeting? They must have been meeting someone that didn't know that they was armed. Oh, Bill, police.
But you think the police killed?
Yeah, 100%. There was no guns, no drugs, no DNA, no time of death, nothing down that lane. Those three men, Bernie, was under 24-hour surveillance, right? 24-hour surveillance for 3 months prior to their deaths. Their deaths, they died on the 6th of December, 1995. Yeah, their surveillance finished on the 5th of December. Their surveillance never finished. They were seen. The executors were seen at that scene. But the police can't say we see it because they would be at the scene.
To be a villain, I thought, was to be a somebody. But reality hit home when my associates were shot. They believed that they were above the law and really thought they were untouchable. But as gangs throughout history have learned, it's only a matter of time before others tire of your activities. Your rivals either pick up a phone to report you to the police, or they pick up a gun to kill you. A prison cell or a grave, the career options for those involved in gangs. If you think gangs are glamorous and cool, be prepared to be disappointed, because the only cool gang members that I've ever known were on ice in the morgue. And if you think you're too smart to be imprisoned, just bear this in mind. You don't have to be caught doing anything to be sent to jail. The very fact that you're associating with criminals could mean you end up dead, or you spend the rest of your life behind bars.
You know, in the long run, I mean, I spent 2 10-year sentences, I did, and without the other little bits, so about 26 years imprisonment I was sentenced to, and I've done about 16 years altogether. So, I mean, it's not a thing I recommend to anybody. You know, there's all them fucking birthdays, Christmases, and New Year's, and when you're laying in the nick, that's not a nice time to be in the shovel.
Well, I think my dad had done over 40 years in jail. I've done about 25 years. I think Patrick's done at least 16 or something. Frank's done nearly more or less the same. We've done a lot of bird between us all. They know how to put us away, that's for sure. But if you're in this game, you've got to expect the consequences of it, of your problems, of your actions.
I wouldn't advise to do what I've done, because I've gone through a lot of pain. You know, the beatings, the stabbings, the shootings, and the arrests, the jail sentences. It's not worth it in the end.
Because I've been banged up most of my life, you know what I mean? From I was a young boy, right through to an adult now, you know what I mean? It's not a life for anybody. Anybody that's in prison, they'll tell you. The time starts at 9 o'clock at night when the door shuts, when a prison cell shuts. And most people now think prison, they've got computers, they've got this, they've got that, TVs, but no, there's a lot of lonely nights spent in there.
One man who's suffered more than most is Aaron Coughlin.
If I was watching a programme called Faces, or reading a book called Faces, the first thing that springs to my mind is why is this person being involved if he's not a criminal or in some way involved with criminality? However, to me, a face is someone who's become notorious by hook or crook, you know, be it his own fault or not his own fault. You know, some people are born notorious, some people achieve notoriety, others have it thrust upon them. I've had it put on me from a young age by the police, because maybe they viewed me as an easy target. But what forum do I have to set the record straight? apart from a programme like this, which is, you've taken an interest because of the notoriety that I've mentioned. It's by virtue of that I've got the platform, if you like, in order to try and counter it.
In 1994, Coughlin was arrested and charged with the murder of Chris Little, a notorious Stockport villain. Little had been shot in the head as he sat at traffic lights behind the wheel of his car. At the time of his arrest, Coughlin accepts that he had been involved in nothing more than relatively minor car crime.
There was an absolute evidential vacuum in the early stages of that investigation. Of course, the pressure's on them. So who do they go for? Somebody who sticks out like a sore thumb, somebody who maybe is an easy target because he's involved in some way in criminality, because that seems a common theme with how the police do things as well. So yeah, they wrote me in. The description of the people, I think one was a black guy and one was a 45-year-old guy. And there I was, skinny young man.
Coughlin eventually stood trial for the murder, but was acquitted.
Yeah, the problem is, Bernie, after they've been exposed, what are they supposed to say? Are they supposed to say, yeah, we are corrupt police officers, yeah, we did concoct stories and concoct evidence to try and cover our own inadequacy? Is that what they're supposed to do? Or is it more likely of people of their calibre that they say, oh, he's slippery, he's too clever, he's this Teflon Don, what are we poor police officers supposed to do? It's all so difficult for us. Well, what you're supposed to do is be straight. And when you don't, you undermine everything. Therein lies the problem.
In 2002, the police arrested Coughlin and charged him with the murder of a drug dealer named David Barnshaw, who'd been kidnapped, forced to drink petrol and burnt alive.
A guy was kidnapped and taken away and he was killed. And that was a terrible thing. The original witnesses, and some of them independent, were given all manner of descriptions and what happened and all the rest of it. And again, almost to ignore all that and just try and get me at all costs in some way involved. One minute they wanted me to actually be there and try and suggest that somebody heard one word uttered and that could have been my voice. Then when they realised that actually I was somewhere else, they tried to make out like I may have been orchestrating matters and all the rest of it. It was just really, really shocking. If you understood that case, or you read the ruling, there was all manner of evidence against other people. There was no evidence against us. There was DNA on other people, no DNA on us. It wasn't rocket science, any of it. But I think one of the clearest indications of their mindset, this get Coughlin at all costs mindset, was a document that I found from one of the senior investigators. And what had happened is one of the original witnesses had said they'd seen a guy in a baseball cap and he was either black or Asian. It was dark, they weren't sure. And they found a baseball cap at the scene. That baseball cap was found to have a black man's hair in it. And a message must have come into the incident room from one of the officers saying, what do we do about this? Shall I send it off for DNA, for testing or whatever else? And the senior officer sent a memo back and it said, no need, all our suspects are white. Wow.
The case collapsed and yet again Coughlin walked free. Coughlin's problems with the police were far from over. One evening he was approached on the street by two undercover officers.
I was approached on a dark back street by two guys, one at least as big as me. I'm 6'4", he was at least as big as me, bit wider, dark clothing on, ridge inside his coat, never a good sign, and a black guy that I fought at the minute with him. They didn't identify themselves even when asked. And just the whole demeanour, they looked aggressive, they looked like they were up for it, they approached me. Yeah, there was no doubt in my mind at that time that they had malicious intent towards me. So I defended myself. They both got hit. They both ended up on the floor. And only then did I realise when they were crying down the radios that they were police. Did I run off like anybody else would once that was realised? No. I stood on and I stayed there because I didn't do anything wrong. So when the other police came, it was me who actually shouted them down the road because they'd gone to the wrong place. Not that that's like the police. So I shouted them down the road, and they actually ran at the two police officers first because of the way they were dressed and the way they looked, thinking they were the culprits. And they were right. They then pointed at me, and I was arrested and all the rest of it. So in anything that involves me, you can always rely on the police for one thing. They'll lie. It's just a standard. In this one, a great big whopper came forth, which was, in the long run, amusing. At the time, scary, again, to be in a situation where somebody's looking you right in the eye and lying directly to you. And I remember it, we're on the interview, and he said, these police officers were wearing overt body armour with police emblazoned across the front. I said, oh, emblazoned? You mean like Vegas? You mean I couldn't miss it? So just so I've got this right, what you're saying is, no matter what the verbals were, the visuals were such that I must have known they were police officers. Is that what you're saying? And he went, that is what I'm saying. I went, good, good. Because in a world of modern technology, where we like to make sure the police are safe, and all police stations are CCTV'd up for their safety at public expense, you won't mind while I have a coffee with my lawyer, just nipping off. You can download it these days, no big long tapes. Download it, we'll wait here for you, and then we can clear all this mess up, can't we? Because they'll be coming out on CCTV, and they'll have these overt body armour on with police emblazoned. Oh, they won't, will they? Because they're lying, aren't they? I'll wait here for you, officer. He starts all out, this is my interview, and all the rest of it. And at that point, and rightly so, he was dismissed. It also transpired in that case that the SIO, that's the senior investigating officer in the case, was the right-hand man of the guy who had tried to stitch me up in the previous case, who the judge had slaughtered, he'd had to retire, and all the rest of it. It turns out this was his right-hand man, and yet in interview, I was assured that they were aware of the problems I'd had before with Stockport Police, and that they were independent and seconded in from outside the area to, quote, preserve the integrity of this inquiry. Nice. So it then turns out that it was this guy's right-hand man who was the SIO in the case. So he must have told them to say that to me in an interview, mustn't he? Because that's what they do. They sit upstairs, they decide what they're going to say in an interview, and then they come down and they pitch it. So the actual formula of words that was used to me was given to the officer who pitched it by the SIO. That's just what I've come to expect. When it all eventually came out, obviously the camera evidence, this is the most simple lie, the whopper that I referred to earlier. When it all came out, they were on camera walking out with hoodies, dark clothing, and I think there was a film years ago, Crocodile Dundee, and there was a guy in it who walked and dropped one leg as he walked, Delroy Brown. That's what they look like. You couldn't have looked more like hoodie rats if you tried. Maybe that's the look they were going for. But it certainly wasn't police emblazoned across the front, was it?
In February 2010, Coughlin was once again arrested for murder after a well-known Manchester villain, Stephen Akinyemi, was found dead in Coughlin's bathroom.
There was a dispute between two people. That dispute was over a nickname, made all the more ridiculous by the fact that there was no confusion. One was black and one was white. I wasn't confused. But they were both my friends. And whether they're confused or not, if I can assist a friend to try and resolve something, then I'm going to. I'd arranged a meeting at my home. My missus and small child were there. The black party was there. The white party was due to come. The whole rhetoric of the fella who was there was such that that wasn't the day for the meeting. You know, that he was getting heated about it and all the rest of it. So I just thought, better we deal with this another day. So I said, leave it to me, I'll speak to him. we'll sort it out, be no problem. My missus left at that point with my daughter. I went to the gym, kid in the creche, all that. He seemed to change at that point. Asked to use the bathroom, went to the bathroom and then shouted me up. I thought he'd missed the fact that the light's on the outside of the bathroom. And that's why he was shouting, because he couldn't find the light or something. As I came level with the bathroom door, it seems he's prepared himself. He's got a gun out, a little James Bond-esque thing, little thing with a silencer on, and demanded that I get the other guy there. To add impetus to his request, he's then punched me in the face, thinking that maybe because he's got the gun, there won't be much of a response. And maybe if I thought about it, there wouldn't have been. However, immediate reaction was to hit him back. And a struggle ensued from there, whereby I ended up getting him around the head, pushing the gun away from myself. The gun's gone off in that initial melee. Luckily, that's it, the tiles are not me. Always a bonus. And whilst I've got him in that thing, he's trying to make sure the gun's not coming at me and trying to restrain his use of it. He's managed to pull a knife out, which showed forensically later that he got it out of his back pocket. And he's managed to stab me in the jaw, which has cut down into the neck, in the sternum, in the arm and in the hand. And during that, the gun's gone off a couple of times and he's fell away. I've not realised where he's been shot. It turns out he's caught him in the head. I rang the police. The police came and duly arrested me. Even though the man had a gun, a knife, a bulletproof vest, had left his car offside, his phone's offside so he wouldn't be cell-sighted there. And from the way the police were after it and their actions after it, it seemed to me, even at the time, that they had knowledge of his intent and the way he was coming. Later, as the evidence unfolded, that came out to be true. They did know he was coming, sat across the road and watched the whole thing unfold. And when I survive, instead of giving me a medal maybe for not getting the other guy there at gunpoint, brass band, no. They arrested me and put me on that high-risk cat remand again. Nice. So if it had been anybody else in the country, they'd have been defending themselves. There are people that hear about every day in the papers, they're using their own weapons to defend themselves. Are they languishing on remand for, you know, 5, nearly 6 months like I was? Getting charges like that laid at the door? No. So the way the police operate with me is different than the way they operate with other people.
Before the trial, forensic evidence came to light that proved his innocence.
There was the dead guy's DNA, non-blood, on the bullet cartridge, consistent with him having loaded it. Not disclosed to me for 5.5 months. The paint that was on the hole that he'd made in my shirt as he stabbed me in the chest, little fragments of paint. It turns out that that paint matched the knife. The paint on the knife matched a room in his house. Looks like CSI Miami, isn't it? And you think to yourself, well, they can't be really stitching you up then if all that evidence came out. Therein lies the problem. That evidence didn't come out. That evidence was suppressed for nearly 5 months. It's difficult, even with the bentest of police officers, to get every single person all in a big circle to lie for you. I mean, they do quite good at it. But they can't hold it down forever. You know, actually, if you push, push, push and you stand on, eventually you should get to the truth. So, when it all comes out in the wash, they knew that the gun was down to him. They could positively link him to the bullets and the gun. They could positively link him to the knife and left me on remand for all that time. It then comes out that they knew there was a meeting. They knew that there was a dispute between those two people. They knew that I was mediating it. They're watching all parties because they want to see what's going to happen. There is an allegation made against him during a 2-week period prior to this incident of armed rape. Somebody reports him for armed rape in the lead up to that. So whilst he's on surveillance, whilst they're watching me, watching him, and watching the other party who was in dispute with him, he rapes a girl at knife point. The police admitted that they knew it was him, that the suspect was identified, and that there was sufficient evidence to charge him. They didn't arrest him, they didn't preserve the crime scene, they did nothing. And why? Because they wanted to leave an armed rapist at large with a gun and a knife, because they wanted to see what was going to happen to me. They sat across the road and watched him come into my home. And when I win, I then get arrested. Against that backdrop, I then get arrested. Really.
After Coughlin was cleared, the press began calling him the Teflon Don, a title he neither recognises nor wants. Despite not being convicted of any charge, he spent 5 years in prison on remand, awaiting the various trials that he's faced.
So after all what's happened, Darren, you know, you must have a pretty dim view of the police.
Well, you know what it is? Any right-thinking person has got to accept that you need the police. They're important. Public safety, all that. They're obvious points, but they're real points. The problem is, you know, when a few of them start the behaviour that's been exhibited in my cases, and just a few more beginning to join in that kind of behaviour, and it's all going to go wrong, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it's important that they're brought to book, you know, legitimately brought to book, laid bare, so that the people who do the job properly, they'll look at that and it might encourage them to stay on the right course, might it?
So you're saying generally you haven't got a problem with the police?
No, absolutely not. Listen, you couldn't sit there and reasonably say all police are bent. They're not. There's plenty of them who do a great job, isn't there? It's obvious.
In 1984, Joe Steele was sentenced to life imprisonment for 6 murders during Glasgow's ice cream wars. He spent 18 years behind bars before evidence emerged which proved that he was in fact innocent. Throughout his sentence, Joe escaped from custody numerous times to stage protests to highlight the injustice of his case. On one occasion, he superglued himself to the gates of Buckingham Palace.
I always knew I was going to escape and protest, and we're trying to find ways of drawing attention to the public, highlight it. And I think it was my brother John that says, what about Buckingham Palace? I said, what about it? What about supergluing? I know people have handcuffed me, what about supergluing yourself to Buckingham Palace gates? And I thought it was nuts, because I know how to do with royalty. You don't go to court, because you can't take royalty to court. So I was more feared to get nutted half and put in a palmy cane. And, but anyway, I went ahead with it. I've actually got photos of the Queen looking out a wee window up the top of the Buckingham Palace. And a security one, a couple come down, one says she wants to know what it's all about, meaning the protest, what it was about, etc.
The Queen wants to know why you were there.
The Queen wanted to know why I was on her gates, super glued to her gates. So I'm shouting, the Erbs were shouting, tell I'm innocent and I'm missing that. So I think it was after about 5-6 hours, the wee police woman that was on the gate, due to whatever, she said they tried everything, all sort of household goods and things like that.
What, to get your hands off the
gate? To get my
gate?
hands off the gate, aye. But this time they blocked me in with a fire brigade, fire engine, police vans and whatever, and blocked the roads off for the press, whatever. But people still get by and were taking photos and things like that. And
what were the tourists doing?
There were a lot of Japanese, Chinese people. They were cuddling me, and I don't know what they thought was happening, to be honest. There's me stretched out the gate, super glued with a Salvador Dali t-shirt, and people come up and taking photos and cuddling me and all that. So I don't really know what they made of or what they thought, this tourist thing. But after 6 hours, a wee police woman said to me, do you want me to try this, Joe? She had nail varnish remover, and we were worried about, my hands were getting numb anyway, and it was scorching, splitting the trees. So she put this stuff on my fingers and started slowly peeling it, and it was about 6 hours, and then it came off, taking me for to Charing Cross police station.
Supporters of the two men who've been protesting their innocence for 14 years cheered as Joseph Steele and Thomas Campbell were put into the van that would take them back to prison.
Joe's protest outside Buckingham Palace resulted in his case being reviewed, and he was eventually freed in 2004.
I never deserved what I went through. I never deserved 18 years of my life taken off me. for a family, ruining a family's life had nothing to do with it, wiping the whole family out, kids, ass. Nobody will ever know what I'm through in my head. Even to this day, they'll never know what I'm going through. You know what I mean? Bad charge, bad case altogether. Hell of a bad case. I've seen the boy jump to the window, the boy Doyle. He's a taxi driver. I've seen him a few times and I would imagine he's seen me. As far as I know, there's no animosity. Does he blame me for his family? I may be wrong. I've been told this with people that know the guy and going well with him. But I'm saying to myself, my whole family's wiped out. Nobody's in prison for it. I think the family will still, obviously hurting, but I think they would love to see, I'd love to see justice. I'd love to see whoever done the Doyle family go to prison, but I can't see it happening. Too many people have died, too many lies have been told, too many mistakes made. So the police are never going to charge anybody else.
Despite what the press say, prison is not all Xboxes, TVs and gourmet meals. Armed robber Vic Dark was sentenced to 10 years inside, much of it spent as a double Cat A prisoner.
I'll tell you what happens, what really fucks me off, right? You get all these idiots in these Cat C jails saying about it's an holiday camp, it's this, it's that, we got this, we got that. Not for Category A's. Category A's are like a different class. You're banged up, you can't go to work, you're banged up 23 hours a day. I spent, out of 10 years, I spent probably 5 years in segregation units, banged up 23 hours a day, which test, I mean, literally test your humanity. You're escorted everywhere. I was escorted in, you know, if I sat there and told a normal person I want to court with a big armoured van, bomb-proof armoured van, 3 police cars in front, 3 police cars behind, strip searched, they come in, my cells tested every day for gunpowder. They've got a thing called DST, dedicated search teams, and obviously the Category A's are sectioned off and dug out all the time for security. You're spun all the time, you're moved all the time. As soon as you land in the prison, you can't say, I'm going to stay here, because you're a double A cat, you get moved straight away. You know, if they fancy you for anything, straight down to segregation, good order and discipline. So, going into these sort of, you hear these knobs on prison, in papers saying about they're sitting there, they're sunbathing, they're doing this and doing that. Fucking hell, you're lucky to see a bit of sun. I never see no trees or plants. All I see was steel and concrete for 10 years. You see so many people killing themselves in jails. It's, you know, it's horrendous. I mean, like, you bang a human being up for 23 hours a day, for year in, year out, in special units, and you see their sanity. But the bit that hurts me more than anything, the screws get off on it.
Yeah.
And that's the bit that hurts you. And someone goes, I got acquitted. And I remember the night I went back after I got acquitted in Winchester, I got back and the screw went, oh, he's just cut himself up, he never done a good job, did he? I looked at him, I thought, that's a fucking human being, mate. And then when I woke up in the morning to get released, someone had took a drug overdose. And the same thing, screw turns around and goes, never done a good job, did he? Took an overdose, he's still alive, isn't he? And I thought, fucking hold on, mate, it's a human being. And I thought, who's the animal, me or them?
Yeah.
And it's true, isn't it? Because they hate you.
Like all high-profile prisoners, since his release, Vic Dark has remained under the watchful eye of the police.
You know, you've got to be careful what you say in your car, you've got to be careful what you say in your house, you've got to be careful of the conspiracies or people fitting you up. You know, and that's what it's about. It ain't about, it's still hard going. I mean, my house is like a fortress, I mean, because they've made me like that and paranoid. You know, but the technology today, which people don't understand, it's so far they can listen to anything now, especially mobile phones. They are literally bugs, and people, especially young kids, don't understand that.
In April 2012, 35 armed police officers in full tactical gear raided Vic's home.
Every morning without fail, I wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning And I woke up and Bob's your uncle, 4:45. I realised I see this police marked car go past. Then I thought I was seeing things. I see a big Sprinter with armed police on top, a big green Sprinter with police on top of it. I thought, what the fuck was that? And then all of a sudden, an armoured vehicle spread up, and then I see them all jumping out the back like they're doing a rock. And I was really more annoyed, really, because I ain't doing nothing. That's what really upset me more than anything, because I ain't doing nothing. I'm trying to lead a straight life, and I'm still getting loads of hassle from the police.
Newcastle villain Paddy Conroy also spent time as a double Cat A prisoner. It's an extremely dangerous environment, reserved only for the most high-profile inmates. Whilst in Whitemore prison, an attempt was made on his life.
Second time I've been to Whitemore this. And I was just writing a letter on my cell, and he was through the fucking door with this big fucking spike. I didn't realise it was a spike at first. I thought he'd hit us with a hammer. It hit us that hard. And he hit us right in the fucking head with it, and I knocked my head off. And it wasn't until after that I realised it's a fucking spike, and he was fucking raining it, doing on us. And I just fucking hit him. I ended up fucking bashing him around every cell, every wall in the cell. I did. This whole cell got smashed up. He was on the floor unconscious when the screws heard the cell getting smashed up and they come along. But I still had a hold of him. I had a hold of the hand with the spike in. When he was lying there still, I didn't know why. I just didn't let go of it. During the fucking whole fight, I just kept a hold of it, you know what I mean? So even when the screws come in and he was lying on the floor unconscious, I still had a hold of his hand with the fucking thing in, the tacker. And that was nothing I could do. They just took me both away. Put me down to hospital. There was a small hole in my head, but it hadn't penetrated my skull. It just sort of put an indentation in my skull. But I'd broke my skull before when I was younger, and it's much thicker there where the spike landed. And it sort of, there's nothing I could really do, but it was only small, round, but it went through halfway through the bone. Next morning I was put down the block. The one that had done it was already doing that popple. So I knew what they were up to. They charged me with assault on him as well ahead, because I wouldn't answer any questions. And they wanted me to go and explain. Well, obviously as part of your defence, I knew what they were up to explain what had happened, just to get out of my own charges, but I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you that, Bernie. I just went and pled guilty to assault and popple. And they just all shook their fucking heads when I'd done that. The governors and screws, and asked us to leave the room again. The reason I'd done that was because I would have to put popple in it for what he'd done. You know, I wasn't even going to drop popple in it. I wasn't, not the prison governor, so he would get in trouble. So they just sent me back with the room. They got popple back in, and he ended up getting 14 days for being possession of it, because he still had the knife in his hand when he was sort of arrested off the screws as evidence. He was fucked for the knife, so he ended up getting 14 days doing the block for that. But he didn't get any charges for assaulting us or anything. They were dropped when he went back in. Then they called me back in the office and they went, right, we're just thinking about it. I just consider myself a very, very righteous man, right? And if I'm right, I ain't fucking budging. Doesn't matter what. Who they are, what they are, it doesn't matter. I'm not budging if I think I'm right. I keep my conscience clear through righteousness in my mind and with my way of life. And I've got this reputation and that, but I still have a normal life. And in my normal life is I don't do anything bad to anybody. I'll you know, I'm going to do what I've got to. Trouble comes my way. I never got nothing with trouble.
What do you think the police are trying to achieve in it?
At the moment, I think they're just wrapping it. I think it's not just me, I think it's everybody in the country. I think they're going to wrap all up, all the big old villains from old, and I think it's going to be big swoops against us shortly by this new National Crime Agency that's opening. British version of the FBI. They're collecting the intelligence in on one now. They've been working on it all the way for quite a long time. They've admitted this, and they haven't opened the doors yet. That's what I'm expecting.
But what would you want? You know, that's what they want, is to lock everyone up. But what outcome would you want? You know,
I'd just like to be left alone. But I don't think that's the case. I think I'm caught in the history of everything myself.
Another man trapped in time is Paul Massey, who believes the police will never allow him to move on. Like Vic Dark and Paddy Conroy, his home is routinely raided in an attempt to disrupt his life.
The police come to the house and told me that I was getting killed. Said Louise was getting killed. They said your son and my daughter was getting killed. And they gave us an Osborne warning and left. Then not long after, the door come crashing in at the front of the house and the door come crashing at the back of the house. I've jumped up to grab something, and before I know it, guys are running through the doors with balaclavas on and overalls. And I thought, it's a hit, you know, because there's no shouting police or anything like that. Next minute, I'm tied up, and then they're shouting, police, you're under arrest for money laundering. And that's when I was relieved, because I really thought I was getting took out. Then when I was taken to the police station, and then I was interviewed, which can give you the tape. It's the most utter crap I've ever been arrested for. And I was released, and when I got home, I found out that my girlfriend had been tied up naked in the bed by 8 guys with balaclavas on and overalls. My daughter, who was 14, she was dragged out of bed with no clothes on. And I've got my son, who's 21, who was tied up and took him for threats to call on the police. He's never even been in trouble in his life, my son. But all the charges have been dropped on my son. And then they done my girlfriend with disturbing the peace in bed.
Disturbing the peace in the
bed?
bed?
While she's in bed, yeah. The police have brought this new firm of police in, heavy-handed police. They're not from Salford, it's not Salford police, it's outside police, and it's the Operation Golf and Soccer. And they've come in, and they've, like I said, they terrorised my house, tried to terrorise me, which we never do anyway. And then they beat a lot of my friends up on the estate, where they got a kid the other week, about 15 people have there been beaten up by the police heavy-handed, where they're jumping out with balaclavas, overalls on, and dishing really heavy-handed treatment out to some people for unnecessary. The people who are walking down the road with a tracksuit or whatever, they look like one of the lads. They're jumping out and they're giving them a beating. I've had people beating through in the bushes. They got the kid the other week where they smashed him all over, saying we're the new gangsters around here now and all this crap. Now, I thought these are supposed to be police officers. Now, you're going to bring police officers into Salford, heavy-handed and heavy tactic like that. You're going to lose the respect that they've got. They haven't got much anyway. You understand? They haven't got much respect around here, especially in Salford. And they need to report these officers that are being heavy-handed, the straight officers, and flush them out. Then you might get the respect back from the people of Salford. Because we all accept from Salford that if we go out and commit a crime and we get arrested, we'll accept it and go to jail and face the consequences. There's no issue with that. But the way the police are behaving at the moment, I've never seen it in my lifetime. Even in the 80s, when there was no human rights or anything, I've never seen police tactics like today.
The police are taking a tough line on organised crime across the country. A new FBI-style task force called Soccer has been set up to target high-profile criminals and disrupt their activities. With substantial resources and the latest surveillance technology, they're smashing gangs throughout the UK. Some villains see the operation as harassment, but Glasgow face Paul Ferris was one of the first to see the writing on the wall.
I read the depositions while I was on remand, and I just kept going through witness A, witness B, witness C. No names attached to them, but there was the whole series of things that they had was this is security services, 25 years, security services, 10 years. And I couldn't believe some of the things where they've actually got me in a phone box and knew what numbers had dialed. And that's when I kind of realised, people coin a phrase, look the game's up. I kind of looked at it in disbelief and thought, I never, in my wildest dreams, thought I would come to the attention to these people. And when you do come to the attention of these people, you're never off the radar. So there's a decision that was made very early on, before I was even convicted, that there is absolutely no way taking these people on. If you want to take them on, it's a big risk. You're playing a big cat and mouse game because of the technical proficiency that these people have got, the human resources at their disposal. And I made a conscious decision that I'm going to get my head down, whatever the sentence I'm going to get, I'm going to do it, do all the courses and get out. So there was no great kind of inspiration when the doors opened in Franklin Prison at 2002 on January 21st for me to announce to the press that I was going straight. You know, it wasn't a kind of immediate inspiration. I had 4 years, 8 months to think about it. And the 4 years, 8 months was something which I said then, which is now 11 years ago. I've been straight now. For anybody that's wanting to go down and travel a road and organised crime or to get involved in whatever things that they see as an easy, fast buck, there's always somebody bigger and better out there. There's always somebody wanting to take you out. There's always somebody wanting to betray you. And there's always people that are jealous of you. But most importantly, the technical proficiency that the law enforcement agencies have got now is far superior to what I was reading way back then. So the message about that lifestyle, it's glamorous when you're in it and when you're getting your money and all the rest of it, but when you realise how much that it impacts on your own family and yourself. You know, you spend the biggest part of your years. I've spent 13 years in and out of prison since I was 16, and there's no glamour in that. I'm currently involved in looking at repeat offending issues and hopefully offering voluntary things about that. We no magic wand, nobody's got magic wand to say, look, the crime's going to stop overnight, but people should always remember there's bigger and bigger gangsters than are on the street. They're actually in the House of Lords, they're MPs, they're politicians, they're chief constables. These are the guys that's controlling things. And funnily enough, when you look at the biggest cause of drug deaths in the UK for heroin overdose is a combination of heroin and methadone. And then when they get the heroin, they find out it came from Afghanistan, which is quite funny in a sense, that an occupied country with 95% purity lands in the UK. So government agencies are bigger drug dealers than most people. Government agencies are bigger robbers than most people. And we just need to look at the collapse of the banking institutions to realise how these hedge funds have got absolutely no concern whatsoever for people that have been putting their pensions away for their retirement. So the whole question is, who is real villains? Who is the faces behind the organised crime?
Faces today are fighting a war on two fronts. On one hand, ruthless police tactics are isolating and destroying firms across Britain, and on the other, the use of heroin and crack cocaine has stripped gang members of respect, loyalty and trust. The vast amounts of money that can be made dealing in hard drugs has resulted in the rule book being torn up. There's only one true governor today, and that's the gun, which is being carried by every no-hoper with enough hard cash to rent or purchase one. That's why most of the old school have wiped their mouths, conceded that villainy is a lost cause, and walked away to live out the rest of their lives in peace.
Well, you know your time has come, and you're sorry for what you've done. You should have never been playing with a gun in those complicated